deaths, abductions, arrests, harassment, intimidation of journalists over the last several decades, also particularly during the armed conflict or the civil war here. And none of those, no one has been held accountable for the deaths and the disappearance. Where the regulatory framework is concerned, until now, you could say we didn't have anything particularly targeting the cyber space, but we did have other laws which they used to target also people using social media and to curtail freedom of expression. Like, for instance, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights Act, which is whereby we passed legislation in Sri Lanka to give effect to the ICCPR. Now, that is supposed to protect our rights, but that has often been used against dissenters and even journalists. So, for instance, a poet was imprisoned under that act. A short story writer was imprisoned under the act, where they said that they were inciting hatred and violence against certain communities. Then we have the Prevention of Terrorism Act. Under that, we had in the past one conviction of a journalist. But what it is used for now and for many years now is merely as a sword that hangs over your head, and it is used to summon journalists and civil society for inquiry by the Terrorism Investigation Division. And of course, we have now the Online Safety Bill, which you mentioned, which does have an impact, because there we have a powerful commission with quasi-legislative and judicial powers. And the commission, for instance, can apply for a court order to demand the identity of a user from an intermediary. So this would have impact on encryption. There are vague offenses, like, for instance, outraging or creating ill will towards communities, or outraging the religious sentiments of a community, these vague offenses. And of course, there's another particularly worrying provision where civilian experts can be enlisted under this proposed law, and a police officer of not lower than the rank of a sub-inspector can actually delegate their power to the expert. And what can the expert do? The expert can just even demand devices, can demand information on internet traffic, and all without a court order, mind you. Then we also have right now, although the government has withdrawn it temporarily, but it was proposed just a few weeks ago, the anti-terrorism bill. So this too has an impact on freedom of expression, because, for instance, they say if confidential information is shared, and then that can be an offense, confidential information that is detrimental to national security. Once again, what is confidential information? What is something, the definition is not specific. So journalists and others dissenters, human rights advocates can be targeted under this law. For us, I think the cyberspace is very important because now if you take, for example, the Aragalaya or the people's protest that all of you would have seen that happened last year, that started, yes, we did have small protests at street corners, but also social media played a huge role, not only in mobilizing, but also recording violations by the state, by violence against protesters, by the police and by the military. And that is what changed people's perception and garnered a lot of support for the protest movement. Even at that time, even without the online safety law that the government is now proposing, the government did arrest people for making statements. And for this, they used a very old provision in the penal code, which is, it says if you're exciting or attempting to excite disaffection towards the president and the government. So it's vague, it's broad, but that was used. And that was even before the online safety law. And that created a sense of fear, which is the whole purpose of the online safety law as well, to create fear amongst just the average citizen, but also human rights advocates, dissenters, journalists, so that they would not make these statements, and also to regulate intermediaries and internet service providers. The excuse that the government uses is, of course, that it wants to prevent or address online harms. But what we have seen, for instance, in 2018, we had the Diguna riots when Facebook was at that time used to incite violence. Now, this is something that even Facebook or Meta now has acknowledged, and did acknowledge at the time. And the irony is that those who incited the violence are right-wing groups that do have the support of the state, that do have the support of the Rajapaksa family at the time. And they are the ones who are using this, but the law is drafted as an excuse or justification is to address these harms, but actually target dissenters, human rights activists, and journalists. I think, do I have any time left, or?
I think we've got about a minute. So
okay, then that's fine. So we can just follow up. That's fine. You can go ahead. Yeah, I mean, I think I've made them. Yeah.
Okay. No. I think it's striking to hear the parallels across it. And if I can, in these situations, you're also tempted to make light of some of the hopelessness, right? So if I can reduce this all into an XKCD comic, right, and I'll just bring it back into the encryption scenario. There's this very famous one that a lot of people are familiar with, right? About all sorts of encryption, and then you have the $5 wrench, right? Except, yeah, in this case, it seems like it's not a $5 wrench, and borrowing Seema's example, it's the sledgehammer of the state, right? That's coming after the ability to express ourselves freely. On that note, let maybe move on. Just coming back to, I think what would also be helpful to understand is how the community is responding, right? Maybe Seema, I'll come to you first this time. How are people responding or adapting to this in a more general sense? And of course, again, maybe coming back to the encryption sense, is do you perceive, or do you see in your circle around you a shift in how people are maybe using secured communication at all, or not? And I guess more broadly also, since we're a global community, what can the community do, keeping the region in mind?
So I remember vividly the kind of, anti-net neutrality thing that was kind of carried out. At that time, that was like 2016, when there was a massive kind of online campaign. It kind of differentiated the nerds from the ordinary users of online. There was a huge divide between people who understood what was going on and between people who did not, but were still using digital. I think that divide is now dissolving. So people are becoming more aware as there's more of a kind of a digital creep into our lives. I mean, creep is like the understatement of the century, but you know what I mean. So, whether it is a rural kind of woman somewhere who needs her Aadhaar and the net to work for her to get wages, or for her to get a bag of food grains, to some heavy duty techie trying to do some big thing online. So people are aware of what internet shutdowns do to them. People are aware of the need for digital privacy to secure their kind of fingerprint, their biometrics, etc. So I think overall there's a huge increase in awareness, but as far as people like as far as human rights defenders go, journalists go, there is a lot of sometimes misplaced the whole thing about let's use this app and not the other. But there's this huge preference for Signal even amongst government servants. So even government officials do not want to speak to you on the regular line. So I presume there's a huge dip in kind of phone revenues, because everybody seems to have switched to their favorite app, come to me on Telegram or come to me on Signal. So there is that kind of understanding. There are jokes about large WhatsApp ads that kind of, that we keep you secure, etc. So there is that kind of understanding amongst those who already understood a little bit, but are now firmer on it. They're not laughing at privacy concerns anymore as being, things of an adulterous person, or about the super rich who wants to ship money away. So it's moving from that sense of the elite thing. I think what the global community and what everyone else can do is constantly draw, drive this point home, that what we are owed digitally by governments who push and force certain actions onto the digital sphere, then is that we must get the same rights then that we would get if we were offline. So if you're forcing me on a banking app, or you're forcing me to conduct conversations, so if I'm having a conversation with my school friend in a room here somewhere, somebody sitting next to me, the state would not be able to hear. So you cannot tell me that for reasons of terror concerns, I have to listen to the same school friend you're speaking to if you're speaking digitally. So I think that kind of understanding has to be made very clear. I hope the coming elections kind of make people more aware, make political parties more aware, so that they can put it on in the manifestos, and it can become something that is a right. What global communities can do, I don't know, maybe more kind of awareness stuff, little memes and things. We share global experiences. I know that Brazil, a whole lot of lawyers insisted and said that before elections, WhatsApp could not opt for a community program, which would allow for faster dissemination. The argument being that it was also, so maybe it's not WhatsApp's fault, but it was acting like as a force multiplier for false news and misinformation. So the lawyers stood up and forced WhatsApp to postpone communities in Brazil. So maybe that drive can also be led by that. And as I said, OTT platforms, stories, comics, and things coming up which emphasize how the absence of cybersecurity and why privacy and encryption is possible. And fundamentally, I think that the privacies I'm entitled to offline, I have to be entitled to those online. Just because I'm online doesn't mean I'm available for the government to scrutinize and rip through my life.
Thanks, Seema. Faria, I'll come to you next. Again, similar question in terms of what from what you've seen has been the response like. Has there been a shift, especially in the calculus in terms of, hey, this keeps me more secure versus this is easier to use? What's been your sense from that perspective? And I guess, similar question in terms of, is there something that the global community can do or should keep in mind when thinking about the South Asian context?
So, Prateek, the thing is that even with the cybercrime law or with digital safety, right? When something happens is when the concern arises, even for journalists who may be and who are on the state's watch list or, charged by the state, etc. And no amount of preempting or saying you should have certain settings or you should have certain knowledge, or the fact that, there isn't that level of preparedness. Unfortunately, those things only kick in once something comes to pass. So that's why. So in terms of convenience, it's always convenience trumps security, right? So for example, WhatsApp, everybody knows the open line, like Ma mentioned, nobody's going to use, nobody's SMSing, nobody's using the open line. For a fact that somebody's listening in. But then, of course, you're switching to WhatsApp. Now, there will be some who will switch to Signal, but you see, the thing is, it's also about adoption and the number of people using a particular app, right? And your outreach, and whether you're in groups where that's your source of information as well, or conversation and narrative building and other things. Then we see there's also a lot of so one way that people tend to be targeted is through hacking into accounts, right? Just taking or leaking information from their accounts. Now, sometimes I've discovered while trying to get some of these journalists, let's say, to recover their accounts, that even basic things were not done by them, right? Whether it's two-factor, whether it's other things, whether it's don't have the same password. And I'm talking about basic. And then over a decade of doing digital safety trainings, I will walk into a room, I will throw out the question, and there will be a handful of arms which will say, yes, we have the same password for everything. No, we don't have a two-step. No, we don't have login verifications, right? So still people will not do or maximize the settings that are available. So I think the one way of helping, especially at a global level, is what can you do at the back end to maximize security, right? So when we move from end to end, so from open to end, and it's all going to be encrypted, which is great, but also we know that the government and others have been investing in filtering technology and deep packet inspection and surveillance tech over a period of time. And so we're now also facing challenges where the device itself may be infected, depending on, you know, the people. Now, what do you do in that scenario? And then again, who can you go to? And you don't want to necessarily advertise there's this organization, there are these people giving you this service that they can check your devices and give you certain tips, etc., because you also want to be a little discreet about this. But these are some of, and also what we are finding is that if, for example, now if a device has been seized, now physically, like we spoke earlier, right? And there seems to be a regional pattern, then one, either the device will not be returned to you. Even if it is returned to you, you do not want to use it because most likely malware has been put on that device and it has been accessed. And so now there's the issue of one, the dissident journalist incurring the cost of buying new things, but also what do you do? But what do you do with all that data that's lying and that has been accessed elsewhere, right? And you don't have the time to wipe it. You can't do a remote wipe. So these are all of these issues where tech journalists are really not techies, that we've really found, right? And so, and not just not even journalists, these are also human rights, let's say lawyers who are being targeted at the moment, right? And lawyers defending people for all kinds of cases. And so they're also being targeted with cases and detentions and all of that. So this is a huge issue. So in terms of the capacity, the skills, etc., it won't be putting the onus on the individual to enhance their capacity, because that will only happen at a very limited scale. The other thing is that, in terms of, we have become so used to, unfortunately, in our political environment, where audio leaks, video leaks, because that is how you discredit an opponent or an individual or a dissident, right? Leaked audio, leaked now, all of this we know is illegal, but the effect is there's great currency to it, right? Because a lot of people have seen it. So whatever the intended effect was, it's all done. And how do you protect against that? Disinformation campaigns that are run, women journalists are targeted, a specific gendered nature of abuse that they have faced. And so at various levels, these things have been raised, but there's little remedy. Also the turnaround times when you, let's say, turn around to platforms, and that cultural understanding, a lot of things are also happening in regional languages or local languages. And so that context sometimes gets lost as well. It's very difficult, especially in our context, sometimes explain that when somebody is being threatened with a blasphemy campaign is being run against somebody, there's a very real likelihood of them, the offline violence occurring in that context as well, right? Now, just because, it is a campaign that says, oh, charge them under the law, but charge them under the law is actually a target on their back. And so it may not, it seems innocuous, they just think charge them under the law, but the charge them under the law comes with a lot of other things into the context, right? You're already painted as this target for people to go after. And similarly, it was something Seema mentioned in terms of government setting up these fact check organizations, which is, completely antithetical to what the function, because you're trying to check the disinformation that is being peddled by the state as well, right? And we've had this under the previous setup where we had the Ministry of Broadcasting set up this a Twitter account which would put these big red cancel signs on certain journalists and saying, fake news buster, actually that was called. And it's just that, when you come from that, and there's that then leads to dog whistling and a lot of abuse, etc. And interestingly, what, Seema also mentioned about the 2019 being a WhatsApp election. I mean, in the Pakistani context, the 2018 elections and the rise of the PTI and Imran Khan, the whole phenomena was using the online space. And what is happening right now? So overnight, right, this party, which was led, everything social media, right? They were the most social media savvy party. Then obviously there were 4 years of the same page, the same script that, sort of follows in the country. Then, the populist prime minister is ousted. He's currently in jail. The party is being dismembered, something that we've seen before. Now they're being charged under Official Secrets Act. And, as Amka also mentioned, in the Sri Lankan context, you have the Anti-Terrorism Act. You have, so similarly in Pakistan, Anti-Terrorism Act, the cybercrime law, penal code provisions, sedition, inciting mutiny, this, that, and the other, all are being applied. There are military trials of civilians happening. Geofencing was used to identify people and pick them up from the location. And you may have happened to just be there for any other reason. You could live on that street, but because certain things happened on that street, you've been rounded up and put in jail. And there's a particular sort of political context. We are currently under a caretaker setup. The elections are already delayed. We do not know when the elections are going to take place. And the unfortunate part is that, so a lot of this happens with regulations and without also. The caretaker setup is the mandate has been increased by law by the outgoing government. And so in the legislature, over 90 bills were passed. In 90 laws were passed, just before they were going in sort of the last month of legislation. Among them, we have a e-safety and bill that was also on the books, but it has not been turned into an act. But what they are trying to do is, so we have the cybercrime law, real-time monitoring, but what they want is that whole carrot and stick approach. The funny thing is, though, at least in India, you have the companies have been registered and been operating and on ground and legally present, right? So it's really, I don't understand where they come from in Pakistan. We don't have legal physical presence. Yet that approach is used where we're going to, switch off services. Okay, sure. But when you put in social media rules that you have to register, you have to appoint staff, you will be fined. The thing is that then these companies they can decide not to come at all. You're not in India in terms of a population size market or the fact the companies already exist, right? And you're sending off these sort of signals. But that is the direction that we are still headed in terms of, even with data privacy legislation, it's about how can you provide the state access to information? So it's less about protecting the individual and the user. How can we get more access to servers? So they want servers here. They want access to those servers whenever. And this, of course, is a red flag that we see going forward also.
Thanks, Faria. I think we can all see the similarities across. Ambika, I'll come to you now again, giving you sort of the last word on this. Also to, I think, maybe finish the thought that you were on in the previous round. If you want to do that, that's fine as well. And also this similar question in terms of what's been the response like in Sri Lanka to this to moves to restrict the freedom of expression, and again keeping the what should the global community sort of keep in mind.
So I mean, like in other parts of the region, I think the disinformation and misinformation is being spread by the state, its affiliates and right-wing groups that are enabled by the state or enabled by certain political parties. And so the lawmaking that we see is not concerned about protecting the privacy and the rights of the citizens, but more about protecting the authoritarian state. Now, for us, whether, digital security, digital hygiene is concerned, people are aware, but not aware in the sense that they know there is a lot of suspicion and paranoia, right? And I think that is quite normal also in this region because we are conspiracy theorists as well. So there is that paranoia and fear. So they might download Signal, but they won't have the disappearing messages on. They would have Signal, but they would prefer to use WhatsApp. And even now, some people call on the normal mobile line to discuss, serious issues related to human rights, etc. And of course, the use of VPNs, that is something that people have used here because in the past few years, we've seen several internet shutdowns. And so VPNs were used to circumvent this, particularly during the people's protests when it happened, because we also have this declaration of the state of emergency. And the government at times declared a state of emergency. And during those times also, we saw that there were sometimes attempts to shut down the internet. And funnily enough, during one of those times, even Mahinda Rajapaksa's son used VPN to tweet during this time and was made fun of on Twitter by others also using VPN. Encryption, yes. I mean, people, not everyone. Now, we also have human rights activists and journalists working outside in the region, small community groups that work with groups like, let's say, Families of the Disappeared. Now, not everyone can afford smartphones, and the internet connections in many of these areas also will be patchy. We still have people who are, who have hard copy documents. So documents are not saved and secured digitally. For example, in 2019, when everyone was afraid that Gotabaya Rajapaksa was going to be elected president, I know many community-based organizations that actually burnt documents because they did not want those documents to be accessed, but they did not save them digitally before that happened. Not all of them did that. And of course, the gendered nature of abuse we see here. We find that young women in particular are unaware of how to secure themselves. We see increasing number of cyber violence against young women. We see doxing. We see, revenge porn being circulated on social media. And of course, the remedies are limited. If you go to the police, you're not treated seriously. I would actually be petrified, and I would tell them not to, because you would not be treated in a gender sensitive manner. You might have to surrender your devices. That means they have access to it, and that makes the young women more vulnerable to further harassment or violence by the police themselves. And of course, women activists and women politicians are targeted, where they set up fake accounts, fake photos, or sometimes the women's accounts are hacked. We've had to reach out to Meta and others several times to deal with this. The importance of social media, and I would like to reiterate, in Sri Lanka, we've seen it have an impact. Now, for instance, yesterday, because 45 petitions were filed in the Supreme Court challenging the online safety bill. So yesterday, the Attorney General stood up, and for 3 hours, he presented amendments that they are proposing to the bill. Now, there are some they've addressed some concerns, but there are still many concerns left. But the fact that they are doing it is also due to public protest, and public protest that has been enabled and magnified through social media more than even the legacy media. So that's why it's so important to protect this space. For us, what a positive thing that we did see is that the Asia Internet Coalition, they issued a statement criticizing the online safety bill. So big tech needs to push back. And this, I think, here, one of the benefits is that we're not in India. I think Faria also said is we're not in India. So we're a small market. So therefore, big tech might not bow down to the state and instead might push back if the Asia Internet Coalition statement is anything to go by. So that's a positive thing for us, the fact that we aren't a large market. And of course, finally, I think it was Seema who spoke about offline rights. We need to have online rights as we have offline rights. But in the region, what we see is that our offline rights are being undermined, our constitution, the laws that protect our rights. And in that instance, I think we're also at a loss as to how do we're battling very hard and firefighting every day to protect that space. And therefore, many people have moved from that space to cyberspace, and that is perhaps for some of them the only space they have, and now they're focusing or they're targeting that space as well. So what do we do? In some instances it does feel rather hopeless, but I think here there isn't enough learning and sharing between civil society, journalists, human rights defenders, because our states do that very well. They share information, practices, strategies, all their bad practices. They learn from each other, they replicate them. But I don't think we do it enough. And that is something that we must do, because the region as a whole, we do see a threat to our freedoms, both offline and online.
Thank you, Ambika. I think you summed it up very well in the end in terms of the states learning from each other. And I think as a community for us to maybe be able to do more, while keeping in mind that a lot of us are fighting multiple battles on multiple fronts in any way. But again, I want to thank all of you, Ambika, Faria, Seema, for providing your insights today, your input, and I'm hopeful that everyone who joined today has learned a lot more about the context in South Asia and how a lot of us are dealing with some of the evolving situation here. and are able to situate some of that better as you know, as a lot of us go back and think about the role encryption plays in a lot of in a lot of these geographies. It also looks like from the, you know, I've been skimming through some of the responses that have come in on chat, and it seems like a lot of what you've said also echoes with people with in other parts of the world as well, right? So I think it's a challenge that globally a lot of us are facing, and I think, you know, thanks to people like you, thanks to many others who are not on the call who keep fighting, right? And I guess we'll continue keeping on, you know, the fight on that front. So with that, I want, you know, thank all of you and thank everyone for joining. I think we'll conclude this.
Learned a lot.
Yeah. We'll conclude the session. I believe there'll be a short break before the next one starts. So I encourage everyone to stick around for that. But thank you everyone for joining. And I hope you have a great day.
Thank you.
Recording in
we're hosting the
progress.
summit on Zoom events, and this is a webinar. Everyone who's going to be attending today will not be on camera and will not be able to speak, but you can use the chat function. It's available on the right-hand side of your screen. Please make sure to add comments and questions on chat. The summit will be presented in English, but simultaneous interpretation is available in French and Spanish. You can choose your language by clicking on the globe icon below your screen. Closed captions are also available in English, Spanish, and French. Please select your preferred language in the closed caption icon below. So with that, please let me invite Robin Wilton to give us an overview of client-side scanning as an issue. If I could take a moment to introduce Robin. Robin Wilton is the Director of Internet Trust at the Internet Society. He's been working within the information technology industry since 1985, having worked on banking systems, encryption, and information technology security. Since 2000, he's focused on digital identity, privacy, and policy issues, and he's been with ISOC since 2012, focusing on tech and policy factors that make the internet trustworthy. Over to you, Robin.
Thanks so much, Niti. Yes, so I want to set the scene by talking a little bit about what we mean when we talk about client-side scanning and why it's problematic or potentially problematic. But to understand what client-side scanning is, we first, I think, need to understand how it fits into the general scheme of encryption as a system. What I mean by that is, if you have two people who are talking to each other over an encrypted link, in principle, no one can see what they're saying to each other. That link is effectively a secure pipeline between those two people. Now, in practice, the way the internet works is those two people are never talking directly to each other. Their traffic is always going through at least one intermediary and usually several intermediaries. So, for example, your ISP, your chat server, your instant messaging server, and so on. There's always an intermediary. Now, from a government perspective, that has always been very useful, because even in the pre-digital age, if you think of what governments used to do when we sent our letters through post offices, or what they used to do when we made telephone calls through a telephone exchange, was that if they were concerned about what people were writing or saying to each other, they always had a point at which they could intercept that traffic. And even in the 20th century, for example, there have been governments that had systematic approaches to steaming letters open, reading the contents, and resealing the envelope and sending them on. So in the digital world, that has often been the case. There has generally been an intermediary on whom governments can place a liability to open people's traffic up if the government wanted it. Then we move forward to the arrival of so-called end-to-end encryption. And what that means is that even if the traffic between the legendary Alice and Bob passes through an intermediary, only Alice and Bob have the keys to unlock that traffic. Even the intermediary can't open the contents and see what's inside. So that's the end-to-end part. Now, what that has done for governments is it has created a black box, the contents of which they cannot inspect, even if they put pressure on the intermediary. So the idea of client-side scanning is a government response, law enforcement response to the existence of that black box by saying, if we can't see what's inside that, we want access to the contents either before they go into it or after they come out of it. So client-side scanning is the process of inspecting what you write or send, either before you encrypt it for transmission or after it is decrypted on receipt. One Dutch newspaper put it like this: instead of steaming open the envelope at the post office, client-side scanning is like reading the letter over your shoulder as you write it. And I think that gives us a very strong indication as to why it is a problematic technology. Why is it being proposed? Well, one of the arguments about client-side scanning is what Susan Landau has described as a cynical ploy. When governments say, we think that client-side scanning is the best way to identify illegal content, what they tend to say as well is, oh, by the way, we're not touching or weakening the encryption. In other words, they're not doing anything to what's inside the black box. They are simply shifting the point of surveillance to somewhere outside the black box. So the cynical aspect to this is that even though they're saying we're not weakening or touching the encryption, the outcome is still the same. Alice and Bob no longer have a confidential conversation. And if confidentiality is the thing that you're valuing and the thing you're aiming for, it makes no difference to the individual whether the confidentiality is compromised inside the encryption black box or at either end of it. The outcome is the same. And I'm reminded of a very powerful statement, I think, from Paul Nemitz, which I'll use to round this short introduction off. He said, if citizens cannot have a confidential conversation, you can't have a functioning democracy. So this strikes at the root of personal freedoms. And that's why I think client-side scanning is such a threat. So Niti, I'll stop there. I think we've got a full lineup of speakers, so I'll let you carry on with the rest of the program.
Thanks a lot, Robin. Thanks a lot. Up next, I think we have Paola Bernardi. She's Senior Advisor for Policy and Advocacy at the Internet Society. She leads our work under Internet Strong and Defend topics in the Latin American region, and she's also co-leading our work on encryption. Paola, thanks so much for being here. Robin spoke a little bit about, client-side scanning as an issue. Could you perhaps take us through the threats that we see with client-side scanning and where they're emerging? What form are they taking across the world?
Yes. Hi, Nidhi. Hi, everyone. First thing, I'm very honored to be in this panel today with fantastic panelists. And I'm here to talk about, as you said, a little bit of the context on public policies and legislative landscape and approved legislation in different parts of the world that aim to scan specific materials for users' devices before they are sent or before they are received. So sometimes when we navigate technicalities related to breaking or weakening encryption, the explanations might sound a bit too abstract. And one common analogy that Robin just used as well is the concrete image of a post office. So I'll work a little bit around that. So imagine you place this sealed letter for a specific and unique recipient, and someone opens your letter before it reaches the other party in confidentiality. When we go back and think about the first attempts to weaken encryption, we look into the US in the 90s, where government acknowledged the need for encryption, but also their need to read critical information when needed. So legislative proposals were based in government having a key for encrypted communications, only to be used when needed. And another approach was the use of backdoors. Around this time, when these types of proposals boiled down and lost credibility, the government lost also power over who could use encryption. Basically, encryption systems have always been a black box for governments that governments want to access. So when 9/11 happened in the beginning of the 2000s, the new reason to access information and confidential information in communications was the need for encrypted communications to, quote, stop terrorism. And that has been the common argument behind legislative proposals around the world to weaken or break encryption since. More recently, the argument has evolved to another and not less important issue, that is child sexual abuse material, also known as CSAM, which has become popular and also makes the debate toxic, as it makes it very hard for organizations to argue, quote, against protecting children online. Although, to be very clear, this is not what we defend. The defense for encryption is the defense of a tool that guarantees greater safety for all people online. So when we look, for example, into the Online Safety Bill in the UK, which has CSAM as its main argument, it's a legislation that has just been approved a few weeks ago, we see one of the major countries in the world resorting to what we call, and the theme of this panel, client-side scanning. And now I go back to our post office analogy and say, imagine this time while you're writing your letter, someone is standing over your shoulder and reading it. This is the image of what client-side scanning is concretely. So this was a strategy, and this is a strategy used by governments all around the world that are suggesting and proposing such legislations to break confidentiality without looking like this is what they're doing. And the rhetoric used is that client-side scanning does not break encryption. In fact, the online safety bill itself does not mention encryption, but it puts liability in the service providers by checking what users do in their platform, as I said, before the message is sent. So if you use platforms such as Signal, for example, and someone uses that to plan a terrorist attack, Signal might be liable. Another analogy we can use is Mercedes could be liable for reckless drivers because they built the car. So with the European Union also proposing legislations to enforce client-side scanning, we could soon be living in a life and our life in the world of scanning. And ultimately, when we talk about going against legislative proposals for client-side scanning, we are talking about the importance of confidentiality for the internet and for democracy. For example, if someone is experiencing domestic violence, the first route is a lifeline to someone they trust. If we built into the system the ability for surveillance, you are talking about taking that confidentiality possibility away. And their cries for help could be exposed to the wrong people. Going back to the child sexual abuse material argument, it is the understanding of specialists and what we have been arguing, we as Internet Society and as the Global Encryption Coalition, we have been arguing and informing governments around the world that you cannot end this by treating a symptom that has its roots much deeper into other societal issues that involve broader socioeconomic structures and go far beyond the use of online services. The goal here is not to argue around proposals to end CSAM, but to understand the impacts that governments trying to use client-side scanning as a magical tool to end certain societal issues online would end up putting everyone in greater danger and making the internet less safe for everyone. The theme for Global Encryption Day 2023 is encryption makes people powerful. And this is the message that we send to governments and that we will hear further from all our panelists today in this panel. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Paula. That was a wonderful roundup of the evolution of the threat, the evolution of threats against encryption and kind of like the legislative lay of the land. So with that, and Paula's already provided us a great segue into why we're here. The goal of our conversation is really to engage with this debate and, enthuse our community, our brilliant community of internet champions, internet heroes, for advocacy around the impact of client-side scanning on the safety and security and privacy of users. During this session and with this session, we want to inform our global community about the problems with that framing and share experiences of advocates and defenders who are currently fighting the introduction of such legislation. In addition, we also hope that the panel that we have for you today will demonstrate the growing interest of policymakers globally in legislating this approach and inspiring vigilance among our community. So with that, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sabina Witting. She's a German lawyer and academic specializing in human rights, child rights, and digital technologies. She's the co-founder of Tech Legality, a boutique consultancy company which focuses on human rights and digital technology. She also holds the position of Assistant Professor for Law and Digital Technologies at eLaw, Center for Law and Digital Technologies at Leiden University. Our second panelist for today is going to be Ella Jakubowska. I hope that I got that right. She leads the advocacy at EDGI, which is Europe's biggest network of digital human rights NGOs, on the draft EU CSA regulation, where she fights for people's privacy, data, and free expression rights, and for upholding the security and integrity of digital infrastructure. She also leads the network against the use of facial recognition and biometrics by state and private actors in ways that amount to mass surveillance. And her work on both these files include policy and legal analysis, advocacy, coalition building, and awareness raising. We also are joined by Roberta Battisti, who has a master's in political and economic law from McKinsey Presbyterian University and is a graduate in law. She's the author of a book titled Regulation of Big Tech, published by Almedina. She was a researcher at Instituto Liberdade Digital and early career fellow at the Internet Society and coordinator of the working group on Internet intermediary liability at ISOC Brazil. Her research focuses on Internet governance and includes digital platform regulation, freedom of expression, and the Internet and elections. And joining us in a little while is Meredith Whitaker, who is the president of Signal. She is the current chief advisor and the former faculty director and co-founder of AI Now Institute. Her research and advocacy has focused on social implications of artificial intelligence and the tech industry responsible for it, with an emphasis on power and political economy driving the commercialization of computational technology. So with that, could I please invite Roberta, Ella, and Sabina to join us at this panel? Thank you. So perhaps I'm going to start with Ella. Ella, could you maybe talk a little bit about your experience with advocacy against existing client-side scanning proposals? What sort of bills are you involved with, and what has been your personal motivation to advocate against such proposals?
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me here today. I'm really grateful to be in surrounded by a community of like-minded people who understand why encryption is so important, because in the work that I do, that's absolutely not a given in all the engagements that I have. So I focus very much on the current EU proposed legislation. So it's called the legislation laying down rules to prevent and combat child sexual abuse, which makes it sound like it's a law that's going to maybe do some things to protect children, maybe around investment, prevention. But in fact, this proposal has been coined chat control by many in the community because of the measures that it puts forward to implement sweeping scanning measures against potentially everybody's private communications, whether that's our Signal and WhatsApp messages, our emails, through to our cloud systems, really every way that we communicate and share information online. And this proposal has been put forward by the Home Affairs Department of the EU, but it is actually a piece of internet regulation. It's about what the responsibilities of private companies, so big tech companies, as well as privacy-friendly providers, what their responsibilities ought to be. And so even the fact that it's the proposal that's come from Home Affairs and not the department specialized in internet and tech regulation speaks to the start of a very long list of technical and legal issues with this proposal. Like the UK's online safety bill, it doesn't explicitly say that you must break encryption, but that's exactly what this EU proposal would require, and that is currently going through the legislative process, but has been deeply controversial and fortunately attracted a lot of criticism and scrutiny, quite rightly, of what it's trying to do. And maybe finally then on my personal motivations around it, I have a human rights background, and I've got some training in human rights and society and how the sociology of, on the sociology of technology. So I'm really deeply interested and worried about the broader trend we see in loads and loads of law and policy making about how lawmakers try to find easy tech solutions to what are actually very complex societal problems. And whilst there may be times where technology can play an assistive role, I think it's really important that we have that broader sociological and human rights perspective and awareness to see that there is never going to be a technological answer, a silver bullet to when we're talking about really serious and complex human crime.
Thanks, Ella. If I could go to Roberta now with the same couple of questions. Roberta, what sort of advocacy are you involved with? What sort of bills or proposals are you looking at? And what motivates you to really get up and fight the good fight every day?
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation. I'm very excited to be here in this panel with this amazing professional. And I would like to mention in advance that everything that I mentioned here is regarding at my previous work as a researcher and advocate. So to provide some context to you, Brazil is the third country in the world where people spend the most time on social networks. And here we have a significant concern about how to deal with misinformation. This is due to misinformation having a significant influence on political discourse during recent elections. And with malicious actors use messaging apps and social networks to disseminate a large volume of misleading content. In this regard, regarding the discussion about encryption is directly linked to the need to assess disinformative content. So I have worked in 2 cases, and I think it's important to point out that in 2015 and 2017, WhatsApp, it was blocked in the country because it couldn't provide information on encrypted messages exchange. So in the first case I worked is not a legislative proposal, but a judiciary discussion, and is related to the suspension of WhatsApp, as I was saying. And this case is under discussion in 2 separate actions in the Supreme Federal Court here in Brazil. In one of them, the goal is to interpret sanctions such as suspension and prohibitions of the service in the national territory. And this case raised the questions of whether the bans are constitutional or not. The case is still pending judgment, but one of the justices has already expressed that it's not possible to punish providers for failing to comply with a court order to provide the content of communications that can only be obtained by deliberately weakening privacy protection mechanisms embedded in the applications. And the second case is related to the initial draft of the Bill 2006-30, the Freedom, Responsibility, and Transparency on the Internet Bill, also known here in Brazil as the Fake News Bill. The bill is aimed at combating online misinformation and regulating social networks and private message service. In the first draft of the bill, we realized some issues that affect directly encryption, because social networks and private messaging applications would be forced to keep the chain of the communications that have been forwarded, tracking all its nodes. Regardless of the distributions of the content was done malicious at the source or along the chain. Knowing the chain of forwarded communications imply that a certain content is linked to the metadata track record, and it will be used exactly for tracking back the origin of a content that is already known. This obligation erodes key protections afforded by end-to-end encryption applications and aim at exactly ensure confidential communications. Currently, the law has undergone many changes, and after discussions by civil society and academics, this provision was removed from the text. So at this moment, I follow the legislative project from a government perspective, but I'm always attentive to any violations that may arise. And my personal motivation was and is to develop a project on the topic to democratize and facilitate information about end-to-end encryption, because people use every day this tool, but without knowing it. And encryption can be a game changer, and that's an important tool. But to conclude, from this perspective, society would understand with knowledge and that weakening encryption would affect several aspects of security, like privacy, integrity of communication. And I really believe that knowledge needs to be shared. We need to empower our community to choose and build a better internet. We need to prepare our community to understand what are the cryptography and this importance.
Thanks a lot, Roberta. Sabina, if I can come to you with the same questions, if you could talk a little bit about your experience, the sort of issues you're involved with, and what motivates you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation and having me here. Maybe let me start with my personal motivation, because it might be maybe a little bit surprising considering my background. So I come from a child protection background, and I've worked on issues around children's safety online for a long time all over the world. And of course, then naturally coming from Germany, was very interested also in the CSA proposal that Ella was mentioning, and especially the title sounded very promising because it promised that it would end child sexual abuse, and of course that is a big promise to make. But I think looking into it then, especially from a broader children's rights perspective, we increasingly got very worried about the impact that it will have, and especially I think the common narrative that Robin, also Paula mentioned already, is that we can either have children protected online, or we can have privacy. So we had all of a sudden two rights that were pitted against each other. And most importantly, it was always portrayed that only the right of to privacy of adults is at stake. But what was completely neglected is that, of course, children's privacy would also be heavily impacted by that. So I think here, one of the things that we tend to forget in this debate, and also that was seemingly not considered when this proposal was developed, is that privacy, especially children's privacy, is very, very vital for their safety. And that has also been confirmed by the Committee on the Rights of the Child. And I think this is where, you know, the proposal gets it wrong completely, because it creates the impression that privacy is a threat to children's safety rather than a precondition of safety. So this is what kind of motivated me to get more involved in this then. And I think initially what happened quite quickly is that it was portrayed as like you're either pro-privacy or pro-protection. It was two teams and you're absolute enemies. And for me, that was a bit absurd in a way, because we're all human rights defenders, right, at the end of the day. So shouldn't we be fighting all based on international human rights law? And so how can there be such a big conflict? So what we tried to do as Leiden University, we were partnering with ACPAD International, which is a big child protection organization, also with my colleague, Dr. Liza from VU Amsterdam, with the idea to bring all these human rights defenders from various areas, privacy, platform regulation, child protection, fundamental rights, and tech, together in one room to discuss this proposal, to really also understand all the various fundamental rights implications, not only for privacy, but also for children more broadly, and try to develop, based on that communication, like a consensus around what could be minimum standards. I'm not sure whether we can say it was super successful. I think there were some successes there, but I think what is very clear is that these two areas have not really overlapped before, and now all of a sudden they're portrayed as the biggest conflict when it comes to internet regulation. And that is, I think, a dangerous narrative, because it's not in line with fundamental rights and children's rights. So I think that's something we need to unpack, and I guess that's also my motivation to be involved in this piece of regulation on the EU level, because I think this, if it goes ahead the way it is drafted at the moment, will not only violate the rights of adults, but also really fundamentally violate the rights of children.
So, Sabina, thank you so much for that. And I think your intervention is very, very useful and provides a great segue into my next set of questions. So maybe I'm going to come back to you and then we can go the other way with our speakers here. So I think the couple of questions on my mind right now are, you provided a great overview of exactly what sort of issues or what, civil fundamental rights are at stake here. So I think that's my first question. What's at stake? And, who are the people that you are advocating for? With previous interventions, even in the previous panel that was hosted by the Internet Freedom Foundation, we had a bunch of really wonderful speakers talking about exactly how these regulations are being introduced into law, whether they're through communication law or security regulation, intelligence laws, etc. So a couple of diverse questions, but I think, what's at stake here? Who are we advocating on behalf of? And, how do you see these sort of proposals creeping in to become law?
Thank you so much for that. Let me maybe stay within the child rights lens, because I'm sure Ella will cover the broader fundamental rights concerns that come up. What's at stake, I think, the ability to communicate privately. And I think especially for children, this is extremely important in online space. And I think here, especially for children that are vulnerable, such as LGBTIQ children, who we know turn towards online communication and as a way to explore sexuality and really to develop their identity. And I think if this is being taken away from them, it will have a very negative impact on their overall development. And I think in the second question that you were asking, who are we advocating for, I think is also the question of who is being given a voice in the development of these proposals. And I think what is quite interesting for the EU proposal is that there were no children, adolescents, or young people consulted on this particular proposal. And I think that is obviously not in line with international best practice, because you should always speak to the most affected population, and that has not been done. And if children are asked for their opinion, they are only being asked whether they would like to be safe online, but they're not being asked about their privacy and their personal data. And sometimes I wonder why that is, because we don't really want to know the answer, because sometimes when we speak to children, they will tell us much more than the average adult would, that they are, of course, very concerned about their privacy, and they're using VPNs, and they use end-to-end encryption, and they use it purposefully. So I think we're sometimes very easily speaking on behalf of children without actually having asked them for their opinions and their views. And that is a big problem. I also think in this particular case around the EU regulation is really that we're trying with technology to detect forms of children's nudity in general. And what that will lead to is also that we are detecting material, but also sexual conversation between adolescents that's actually consensual and that's developmentally normal. And that is, of course, part of everyone's development, of their sexual development during teenage years. And I feel very uncomfortable with the idea of saying, well, a private sector company and government agents can have direct insights into all of these communications. We wouldn't accept that as adults. But we kind of say for children or for young people, it's okay. And I think that is very problematic, because of course there is a stark difference between a 5-year-old and the protection levels that 5-year-old needs and a 16-year-old. And we recognize that in law in other areas, for example, when it comes to the age of consent to sexual activity. But somehow when things move online, we feel like children don't have any agency anymore. And the only thing we need to do is that they need to be protected no matter what. And this is, I think, where I get a bit suspicious then, because that's not the narrative that we usually put forward from an international children's rights agenda. So yeah, I hope that answered your question in a very, very long haul. Thank you.
More than wonderfully. Roberta, if I can turn to you with the same questions, what's at stake here? And, who are we advocating for? And at least in the Latin American context, where do you see such policy creeping in? What's the kind of language that's used very often by policymakers and law enforcement agencies?
This is an important question. So I believe the advocacy is important here, and what stakes is it's important to give a voice of the concerns of the society. You know, we need to share these concerns with the policymakers, because the interest here is to ensure the privacy of society and also give a digital space safety. You know, I realized the importance of this tool when I study cryptography. The relevance is go to beyond of the debate between privacy and public security. These two values are not mutually exclusive, and we need to understand this and share this knowledge with the policymakers. We need to enlighten society and congressmen about cryptography and its impact in everyday life. So I believe the role of technical specialists is to enlighten society and congressmen, and we need to empower people to use technology. The technical specialists and advocates play this crucial role to defend cryptography, promoting awareness and influencing policy and public opinion. As was saying before, the problem here in Brazil, from my perspective, is the necessity to investigate crimes related to disinformation and the elections. So we need to despolarize this debate here and provide better informations and educations for all the stakeholders in this debate. So I believe that is my response.
Thanks, Roberta. Ella, if I could come to you, Sabina had mentioned that you would be able to provide the overall fundamental rights discourse as part of your response, and that's something that everyone's particularly interested in as well.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would probably say when we advocate on this law, we are advocating for everyone. You know, one of the theme of today is power to the people, and encryption is something that empowers all of us, even when people don't realize it. We do as much awareness raising as we can as EDRI with our network, but often people just have no idea not only how end-to-end encryption benefits them, but also of the laws that threaten and could jeopardize that. You know, and if we're successful in making sure that that doesn't happen at the EU level, a lot of people will be none the wiser that they maybe could have really lost out on the one of the main tenets of their digital security. So our philosophy around digital rights is, of course, we are rooted in rights to privacy, data protection, and freedom of expression, typically and traditionally, and very much committed to the idea that we all need privacy to develop ourselves, to explore different facets of our identity, whether that's our sexuality, our religion, our political views, to access healthcare, to feel comfortable, you know, being who we are and having the conversations and the interactions that we have. But of course, that's a gateway to so many other rights. You know, it isn't just about what gets typically seen as digital rights. We very much see privacy as interconnected with rights to equality and non-discrimination, to social rights, to political and civil rights. You know, privacy is that cornerstone, and data also. It often sounds like something abstract, but really data about us, as we can see so clearly in the actions of big tech companies, for example, data can be used to intrude on us and manipulate us and exploit us. And that's again one of the reasons why we're so invested in this work, because for years, EDRI has been saying, we want big tech companies out of our private lives. We don't want them logging data on everything we do. We don't want them in our personal, intimate moments, our private chats. And now this proposed EU law is saying that they should be mandated to be inside those conversations, to act as a kind of internet police. There are also, of course, some people that will always be especially harmed by threats to privacy and by the loss of digital security. And that's something we're very alert to. So minoritized groups already, whether that's racialized groups, religious minorities, sex workers, undocumented people, anyone already on the margins of society, a loss of privacy can have an even more profound set of harms that come with it. But also we think about journalists, human rights defenders and activists, politicians, teenagers who are fighting the fight against climate emergency on behalf of the entire world, rely on the privacy of their communications to be able to organize. And maybe I'll make one final point there, because I thought it was really great that Sabina highlighted the lack of engagement with young people about how they feel about this. And of course, I'm not professing for what I'm going to say next to be completely comprehensive, but as EDRI and some members of the European Parliament, we wanted to call attention to how this law is very much being framed as what would be good for children without necessarily asking them. And in a survey that we commissioned of 13,000 young people aged between 13 and 18 from across a selection of EU member states, we found, for example, that 80% of them said that if their messages were being scanned, even for the purpose of detecting child sexual abuse, they would no longer be comfortable exploring their sexuality or their political views and beliefs. And so I think that really resonates with a lot of things that Sabina has said. And I really give a +1 to this idea that what we see is often only half of the debate in this almost quite disempowering sense of what privacy for children online means, because of course we need to be super attuned to this really horrific issue of child sexual abuse, but we need to also recognize that privacy is so much more complicated and multifaceted than that, and that abuses of young people's privacy are really serious as well.
Thanks a lot, Ella. And it's very interesting that you, Roberta, and Sabina have talked so much about, what this exactly means and how, privacy and security are really not binaries. In fact, I'd like to be able to not have any prying eyes on if my child's sharing their geolocation with me, for me to be able to pick them up. That's both concerning privacy and physical safety, right? So very, very great points about how they're not binaries, and Ella, very pertinent statistic there on the survey that you mentioned. And I think a fair few number of people may have already seen that. Thanks. So if we can move on and, if I could perhaps invite Meredith. Meredith, thank you for being here, and sorry about all of the technical loopholes that you had to jump through to be here. But, Hi, if I could invite you and, maybe ask you about, so we've talked a fair bit about what client-side scanning is, what the legislative landscape looks like, what sort of issues, what sort of, rights are at stake. The one question that I wanted to pick your brain about is, what is the role of technical specialists, experts, and advocates in this debate? And, with that in mind, exactly what sort of legislative or regulative proposals should the community look out for? And we do have a very vibrant community of advocates joining us today. Also to perhaps maybe touch upon your experience with the online safety bill in the UK very recently.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me. And we all just learned together that you can't run Zoom from a browser if you're running lockdown mode on Mac. So lessons in corporate technology abound. I think put flatly, the role of the expert community couldn't be more important at this moment, particularly because technological expertise and tech company marketing have been so collapsed in our popular understanding of tech that I think we really need people who have an objective and non-self-interested view in this technology, making clear the long-standing expert consensus that you cannot add a backdoor in encryption safely and privately. And it doesn't mean if you call that end-to-end encryption, that's still a backdoor. If you call that client-side scanning, that's still a backdoor. If you call that, as the Washington Post editorial board did in 2017, a golden key, all of that is a backdoor, and there is years and years of evidence pointing to the fact that it cannot be done safely. Now, what we are up against right now as a technical expert community is an emerging industry of AI scanning and biometric companies that are incentivized to claim that, in fact, it is possible to do scanning of end-to-end encrypted data safely and privately. And I think what we need to recognize is this is not the 90s when, cryptographers, technical experts, and others were pushing back against, the Clipper chip and the prospect of only being able to use adulterated backdoored encryption. In the 90s, we had the tech industry on our side. And right now we have some of the tech industry, but there is an emerging industry that is actually, as we've seen in brilliant investigative reporting in the EU, is sort of counting on laws like this to put them in a place for, likely very lucrative government contracts and, other kind of mandated uses of this technology, who are making claims that are, technically infeasible. And I would say, it's 8:30 a.m. for me, or was a minute ago. So, I would say these border on lies. And, the climate we're in right now, where there is so much AI hype, so much technological hype, where claims of sentience and consciousness and superhuman abilities are being made about technological systems, we need to be very aware that this is bleeding over into this latest attempt to undermine end-to-end encryption. And we do need to stand as a technical community and call out not just government lies, but the industry that is commercializing and marketing tech in ways that are so dishonest and could be so dangerous for fundamental human rights.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Meredith. Sabina, if I can come to you with more or less, similar questions about, what is the role of technical specialists, experts, and advocates in this debate, and how can we empower our community, to be defending encryption, especially end-to-end encryption?
Thank you so much. And I wouldn't, first of all, I think I also support everything that Meredith has said. I'm not going to repeat that, but I think one of the things that's really important in this particular debate is also really the point that she made around there is an industry behind this tech. And that's the same case when it comes to child protection issues. And I think this is why we need to be extra careful of that. And I think we are quickly framing technology that serves the purpose of child protection as something inherently good that cannot be questioned. And I think that is a very dangerous approach. I think we should always be able to question technology. And I think in order to do that in a meaningful way, we urgently need specialists, tech specialists. And I think particularly in this debate, they have not been heard sufficiently on the EU level. I think there were a lot of myths that were throwing around what a safe backdoor would look like and what client-side scanning really does. And I think that is a very dangerous path because even as a human rights lawyer myself, I wouldn't be able to really eloquently elaborate on all of these risks. So it's my role also to listen to technical experts, to learn from them, and then to apply that within a human rights framework. But I don't think that this was really the approach that a lot of people involved in this regulation have taken. And I think that is a high risk. We first need to understand the technology and then the law follows, but not the other way around. And I think sometimes we create the impression that we first define what the law is and what it should be able to achieve. And then we kind of hope that the tech will also follow that particular objective. But of course, that is not, I think, a causality that we can just leave unquestioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Sabina. Ella, would you like to come in here as well? And then just maybe in a couple of more minutes, we'll move on to questions from the audience.
Sorry, I'm having a bit of a connection issue. Was that directed at me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, and what was the question?
Sorry, but if you're having connection issues, then I can ask Roberta and then we can come back to you. Are you okay now?
It seems to be okay. Yeah, I missed about half a minute. If you could just clarify what the question was. Thank you.
Of course, I can. So we're talking about the role of technical specialists, experts, and advocates to be able to empower our community to, be aware about and vigilant about the sort of legislative and regulative proposals that our community should be on the lookout for. I was just hoping for your thoughts there.
That's perfect then. Thank you. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to come in on this, because this is really, really close to EDRI's heart and my heart. We have offered the expertise of the EDRI network, which for those that aren't as familiar with us, we are a network of now around 50 digital human rights organizations comprising lawyers, data protection and privacy specialists, technologists, and we really wanted to have our expertise be incorporated in the EU's legislative proposal, and we tried really hard to be constructive from very early on. And we were really very much sidelined and found it deeply disappointing, not just that we were ignored, but also that we were, at various times as privacy advocates, lumped in with big tech and told, that we are acting on behalf of big tech, when of course we fought for decades against the power of big tech to try and limit that and get back power over our digital lives. And I see that actually chimes with one of the questions that I saw in the chat. I don't know if it's okay for me to briefly engage with it.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, just a point around the problem of end-to-end encryption being used on top of messaging services on platforms that are driven by deep commercial monetization interests, I think is a really interesting question. And Facebook, for example, cannot, or Facebook Messenger and the Meta group cannot undo all of the deeply invasive stuff that they do just by putting end-to-end encryption onto Facebook Messenger. So whilst we might be glad to see them moving towards end-to-end encryption, because that will guarantee the security of conversations in a way that they cannot right now, that absolutely doesn't mean that they are off the hook. And so it kind of goes back to a point I made earlier about if the EU pushes forward with a piece of legislation that has ignored the technologists, and there have been hundreds and hundreds of technologists who have spoken up in the EU context, and the department in charge have really just said, we disagree, and haven't put forward any evidence, and there are no studies, there's no objectively verified data. And it's actually reached the point where a freedom of information request was made of the EU executive, and they had to admit that they had proposed this entire legislation on pieces of data that were effectively supplier promises that, oh yeah, this data is good, this statistic is good. It had never been verified to any extent. So whilst it's also bad enough that tech experts are being discredited and that a solution is being explored that, if anything, could give more power to big tech companies, it's also just really problematic, really dangerous from a democratic and good lawmaking perspective that we're not seeing evidence-based lawmaking, that we're not following data, we are more likely following ideology.
Thanks, Ella. And I also do see Meredith putting in some comments in the chat. So please keep that conversation going as well. So just before I turn to questions, more questions from the audience, actually, Robert, I was wondering if you'd like to come in and we can wrap up the formal part of the panel and then go to talking to our audience. Roberta?
Hi.
So just wondering how the role of advocates, and you also briefly did touch upon this, but I'm wondering if you have anything to add here.
Yes. So I believe it's technical specialists and advocates play a pivotal role in preserving and promoting the use of encryption technologies and educate the public, the government, policymakers, engage with the government officials to provide technical insights into the implications of encryption-related policies. I believe that's important, encourage innovation in cryptography, and particularly, I believe that one way to empower the society and work, advocate for this, is explain how the cryptography is present in the society lives, the daily activities. So one of the possibility is to create campaigns driving to specific audiences. For example, in the past few years, we created and translated Internet Society fact sheets about the importance of encryption to the freedom of expression and to protect the journalists and the LGBTQI community, and use this material to run social media campaigns about the topic. I think it's not only about translating the information, but it's also involved to make it more accessible and visually appealing to the audience, you know. In the sense, digital education is important, you know, for digital security, and it's increasingly necessary. And as I was saying before, I really believe that we need sharing and the knowledge needs to be shared, you know. We need to get out of the technical debate and reach the public that is directly affected by the legislation that may affect encryption. We need to implement a digital security culture. We need more information, and society will become more empowered to build a better internet, to make choice. And to conclude, from this perspective, society would understand that weakening encryption would affect several aspects of security, like privacy, integrity of communications, and others. So I believe that is the key to talk with society, you know, and the congressman too.
Thanks a lot, Roberta. So for this part of our discussion, could I request Meredith, Ella, Sabina, Roberta to join us with your videos onto the main webinar screen, and then we can perhaps talk about the various thoughts and suggestions and ideas and questions that our audience has been putting into chat. Roberta, if you could also take a moment and join us with your video. It would really help this conversation. So perhaps I can begin with a question. Maybe I'll direct it to Meredith, but whoever feels like they can jump in or want to jump in with any thoughts, please do. But the question is, how do we robustly advocate for the immediate adoption of quantum-resistant encryption? And this is a conversation I know you've been involved in quite a bit.
Yeah, well, Signal just launched the first step of our quantum-resistant upgrade to the Signal protocol. So we're taking this very seriously, and we'll be working on the second step, which will, the first step protects against what are called harvest now, decrypt later attacks, in which an adversary could, collect the jumbled, kind of encrypted data that is at this moment illegible. And then in a future with a sufficiently powerful quantum computer, which is still TBD, they could then use that to decrypt the data. So anyone running the updated version of the Signal client on any of the platforms now has quantum resistance with any, when they're communicating with anyone else who's running the updated version. And in the coming weeks, every client will be updated to post-quantum. So we will also be working on the next phase of that, which will be intended to protect against a future in which a contemporaneous, powerful quantum computer is able to, intercept traffic. I think this is, the predictions on when a sufficiently powerful quantum computing will be available are pretty all over the map. You have, a handful of folks saying never. you have a number of people falling in the 10 to 15 year category. And then there are, again, a handful of folks on the other side who says, well, the NSA or China probably already has it. They just haven't told us. So we aren't in a position to, or I certainly am not in a position to, sit down with the data and make my own calculation. But what we do know is if we're going to promise robust privacy to the people who rely on Signal, we do need to take this threat seriously, and we have made the upgrade. I think the answer, how do we advocate, is similar to the, overall question of how do we advocate for strong encryption in an industry and ecosystem where the business model relies on monetizing surveillance. So, we are in an uphill battle insofar as collecting all the data, creating new data, surveilling, and, so just putting that data into some unsecured database is the norm in our industry. And so I think this is less about, advocating for post-quantum as like an enhanced protection on top of strong end-to-end encryption, and more about, holistically fighting back against a business model that is diametrically opposed to the type of privacy guarantees that, strong encryption and strong encryption with quantum resistance provides for people.
Thanks, Meredith. Roberta had to step away for a minute, but I hope she'll be able to join again. Sabina, Ella, just wondering if you also want to jump in, or we have other questions as well, if you'd like to come in then.
I'll answer something else, because I think Meredith said it better on quantum than I ever would.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so another question from our audience is, what is the role of the passwordless movement in the world of constant scanning? Is there an omnipresent risk surrounding the handover of authentication and encryption for, bigger internet giants? That's the question. Whoever would like to jump in, please do.
I can say a little bit, because I also, as you mentioned in the intro, I work on facial recognition and biometrics, and we do see this push in so many domains to make any sort of identity check or access to any sort of service seamless, passwordless, and we see it in so many different domains. One that I've been following for a while that really concerns me is seamless travel. The idea that you would never have to show any sort of identity document. You can just stroll through corridors that identify who you are. But of course, also deeply commercial aims also in there, and a lot of the stuff recently around this cryptocurrency. I think it's the world coin, where you enroll via a metallic orb, and then you'll be able to prove yourself always using your body. Sends shivers down my spine, and I think it's all connected. And I think some of the points that Meredith has already made about the connections within the industry, we do see AI industry and lobbyists and biometrics coming together now with scanning. We've got the previously Ashton Kutcher fronted organization Thorn, who've been lobbying for this EU proposal, and it's all founded on this premise that we want things to be seamless and frictionless. And I would say, as a human rights person, sometimes a bit of friction is good. We talk about ideas around consent and being aware of what's happening with your data, who it's being shared with. The more steps we take away, the more we normalize using our faces and bodies, our biometric data, the more we normalize different forms of scanning. And without wanting to be too dystopian, I can see us really sleepwalking into a kind of world where every part of our bodies and our brains and our identity has been digitalized, and people just take it for granted that is normal. And that can also make it harder to fight back against things like scanning your private messages, because one of the arguments I've actually heard from several people is, oh, well, Google is already violating my privacy. Facebook's already violating my privacy. So why should I care if they also scan my chats if it's going to help children? And that kind of defeatist logic that we have our digital private lives violated, so we might as well open it up and let it be even more widespread, is just the complete opposite. I mean, we want people, as scary as a lot of these things are, we still want optimism, we want hope, we want to fight for what we're protecting, not what we're against. And so being fatalistic and resigning ourselves to a digital dystopia, yeah, it's not what we want here. And it all contributes.
Thanks a lot, Ella. Meredith, you want to come in here?
Yeah, just a quick note on the question of passwordlessness. I would, as always, co-sign everything that Ella has said. And I put a couple thoughts in the chat around this, but I think, passwordlessness is, of course, a danger. And I think there is caution to the technical community to incorporate the business model of the tech industry and the political economy into our thinking around these technologies, because oftentimes what I see is the presence of a hypothetical possibility or even a proof of concept, say, full homomorphically encrypted passwordlessness that does authentication without actually linking, a person's identity to their activity online. Yes, I can build a proof of concept that does that. I could even deploy it in a small municipality. But that proof of concept can often serve, I think, to blunt our criticism of these systems, because the subjunctive possibility of, we can build these systems, we could build these systems, I think distracts us from the fact that where the money is in these systems, where the business model is in linking people's identity with their activity online, then using that surveillance to sell access to people, to advertisers, to train AI models, to link that up with different government databases. So we need to back away as technical experts from just asking questions, saying, well, we could build client-side scanning this way, which in fact client-side scanning cannot be built safely, or we could build an authentication system this way, and incorporate into our analysis always the fact that there is no real business model for building things privately and safely. Ergo, it's very unlikely that the technologies actually contracted by governments, actually built by vendors, actually deployed on populations will embody those technically rigorous high bars, not to mention that, a lot of the sort of full homomorphic encryption and other technologies are actually too computationally expensive to make them viable right now. But I do want to issue that word of caution to the technical community. We need to be much cannier in how we answer these questions and not actually let our provisional answers then be used as proof that these technologies are safe when in fact they are not.
Thanks a lot, Meredith. I think we have time to maybe take a couple of more questions. Sabina, can I come to you with a question that was put in chat a little bit earlier that talks about, how Marija, I hope I'm pronouncing their name correctly, forgive me if I'm not, they work on child safety, but also do believe in the power of end-to-end encryption, but they say that it sounds to them like end-to-end encryption is being used as an umbrella term for so many use cases and ways that it can be used on different platforms. So the kind of risk or benefit profile that end-to-end encryption creates depends on the model that each platform has. Right. So their concern is that, when it moves from a private in real life conversation to a social networking model, they work best when E2E works best when it's decoupled from discoverability, recommendation algorithms and marketing incentives. So, they're curious about your thoughts about end-to-end encryption being used on top of messaging services on social networking platforms driven by deep commercial or monetization interests.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And hi, Maria, good to see you here. And thanks for the question. So I would agree, we need a nuanced approach to these topics, and we need to understand what are the particular risks of each and every service. And I think one of the things to remember is that, especially when it comes to children's safety, unfortunately, the large majority of services that they use are monetized. So I think that's just a default. I think we need to take into consideration as well. And I think exactly because every service carries its own risk depending on the way that it's data being used, who has access to it, and so on and so forth. This is why the DSA has taken that approach of human rights due diligence. And the first step of that is that each and every service has to assess what specific risks do they have and what specific mitigation measures should they take to answer that particular risk. I think this is where really the strength of the DSA lies, because we're exactly not doing like a generalization of services and that every platform has the same risks. It's really to look particularly into the mechanics of each platform. And I think here we will have to observe really what the results are of the first reports from the human rights due diligence measures that have been taken under the DSA. And I think here transparency will be very, very important to really understand these platforms better and the measures that they have taken. And I also really see here a potential entry point again for the CSAM proposal that's being putting forward, because essentially, technically speaking, it was supposed to complement the DSA. It was supposed to look at systemic risks that the platform has. And I think there are measures that the CSAM proposal could undertake that complement the overall approach that the DSA has. So, for example, to look at the specific vulnerabilities of children within human rights due diligence measures, or to really look in more detail at how do children use reporting systems and how can they be designed in a child-friendly way. So I think there's certainly a lot of room for all of that, but I think the baseline is always, it needs to be looked at from a holistic child rights and human rights perspective, and this is something we cannot get away from. And I think this is where we really need to stand on what the DSA has put forward, also in terms of asymmetric obligation, because again, only because a platform, for example, has a huge reach doesn't mean that there's a huge team behind that and it's automatically big tech. So I think all of these different measures and these careful considerations that the DSA has put forward, we should carry that forward to discuss the CSAM regulation and really see what are the specific vulnerabilities that maybe the DSA hasn't sufficiently addressed that then can be taken into consideration for that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sabina. Ella, could I come to you with the next question? I think we've already spoken about this a little bit, but there's a question in the chat that talks about, there are a lot of bodies, let's say bodies and organizations right now that have some amount of celebrity backing. How can civil society compete with tactics of that scale?
It's tough. We see, well, not only things like celebrity backing that end up with our lawmakers all fawning and taking selfies and tweeting out that this is an all-round good guy, and we don't have that kind of draw as an NGO. Also, big tech lobbyists. There's no shortage of information about how many millions of euros, dollars get spent in Brussels on lobbying from these big companies. But I think what I always remind myself, maybe to stay sane, is how much we are able to achieve as civil society. And if I take this EU proposal that's on the table right now, we've done very careful legal analysis, very careful technical analysis. And whilst it can be harder to make that heard because it doesn't seem as exciting, ultimately what I do think we're seeing is that is being taken seriously. And most lawmakers do realize that you cannot base a law on something that a celebrity tells you. And so whilst it's taken a couple of years, at least the vibe here in Brussels to me feels like the lack of evidence in the EU's proposal and the technical concerns and the legal concerns really are being heard. And there has been a real shift and a real growth of attention to why that is the case. And of course, I guess what's really gotten a lot of attention in recent weeks in Brussels is that there's been a series of alleged conflicts of interest and even alleged illegal micro-targeting of adverts against the European Commission department that are responsible for this proposal. And so that's also things like that, whilst it's pretty scandalous from a democratic point of view that that's happening, that helps to get more light onto it and to point out actually the sort of influence and potentially undue influence that some companies, some celebrities are able to have on the process. And we owe a lot of that actually to some incredible work being done by independent journalists and researchers, investigators, to make sure that we do redress that balance of power, because in some ways that's how it's always been. When you're working in an NGO, you never have the most resource, you never have the most people, the most money, but you have the belief in what you do. And in this case, we have the law on our side too.
Thanks so much, Ella. We're about 2 minutes from closing this very, very wonderful panel. I just wanted to understand if Meredith, Sabina, Ella, do you have like any last minute thoughts, 20 seconds each?
Yeah, this is wonderful. Thank you so much. I think my last minute thought will just be to echo what I've heard from so many folks here. Privacy isn't a nice to have, it's a fundamental right for a reason. And that's because it protects those who have less power from, the kind of oppression and harm that information asymmetry constituted through surveillance can enable. So, we recognize histories of surveillance states. We recognize what can happen when a ill-intentioned boss or an ill-intentioned government or a corporation that doesn't want you to be organizing a labor union can do when they can see into your behavior, your thoughts, your community, your network. And I think it's really important to recognize that at the center of our fight for privacy is a fight to protect those who have less power from the oppression and harm that can accrue when they are surveilled by those that have more power.
Thanks, Meredith. Sabina?
Yeah, maybe in a similar vein, I think we have heard a lot of people saying they're happy to give up part of their privacy to protect children online. And I think that comes from a great place of privilege to be able to say that. And I think that's something we need to recognize. But unfortunately, these legislations also affect the entire world, and we're aware of the Brussels effect. And I think this is why, as Meredith said, we need to really pay attention to the ones that are most vulnerable once these safeguards are being taken away. Thank you.
Thanks, Sabina. Ella, any last minute thoughts before we close?
I'll just reiterate my point about how there's no easy solution, and it's really, really hard to find out what we can do. But I do think if all the super smart people that are currently focused on defending the world from bad legislation were freed up to be able to think about better solutions, and we could all work together, at the risk of sounding like I'm being too cheesy or like I'm from the Mean Girls movie, that would actually be a lot of brain power on thinking about how can we keep children and everyone safe online in a way that upholds all of our fundamental rights. So that's what I would love to see.
Thanks so much. And with that, I'd like to thank all of you for being here, for being with us on this panel. Thank you, Ella, Roberta, who had to step away. Thank you, Sabina, Meredith, and last but not the least, thank you to my colleagues Paula and Robin for opening up this panel. Please stay tuned, because we do have another really exciting session called Ciphered: Frontiers, Encryption's Implications Beyond Personal Messaging, hosted by Mozilla, which is going to be on in about 8 minutes. But thank you everyone who made this panel absolutely fantastic. I will see you in 8 minutes. Please grab that coffee or tea and stay tuned. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Recording in
3 years
progress.
later, its public discovery was announced by Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman. However, just because we've had revolutionary encryption technologies for half a century does not mean that the applications have been exhausted. Let me give just one example that I like. Earlier this month, Mozilla implemented into Firefox a new feature called Encrypted Client Hello, or ECH for short. Most online communication uses a security protocol called Transport Layer Security, or TLS, to encrypt your information and keep it safe. However, there's a catch. This protection starts after an initial hello message, also known as a handshake. Unfortunately, this handshake happens in the open, exposing sensitive information like the name of the website that you're connected to. ECH addresses this vulnerability in the TLS protocol. When you use ECH, your initial hello message to a website becomes securely encrypted. Just as the applications of encryption outside of messaging have not slowed down, unfortunately, neither have misguided policies that impact that encryption. For example, Mozilla and our friends at the Internet Society have raised concerns with portions of Europe's eIDAS regulation that would threaten the security of the website authentication ecosystem. I know we'll be discussing eIDAS more when Alexis joins. I hope I've convinced you that there's a lot to celebrate and a lot to discuss here. We will have around 10 minutes for questions from the audience at the end of the panel, so please send questions through the Q&A feature throughout the discussion, and we'll get to some of them at the end. With that, let's jump into some discussion, which I'm so excited about. This question is for Bruce and Ava. I'm wondering if we could talk a little bit more broadly about encryption outside of messaging. When you think of encryption outside of messaging, what applications come to mind first? What roles, in other words, does encryption play in our society outside of just ensuring the secrecy of messages? So Bruce, I don't know if you wanted to jump in first, and then Ava. I believe you're muted.
Totally rookie mistake in 2023. I mean, the answer is basically everything, right? You start out with Google Drive, right? That message, sorry, that file is encrypted on Google servers. If you have a Gmail account or an Apple Mail account, that email is encrypted on the servers. You've got a phone, the data is encrypted on the object. When I make a phone call, a voice call to you, that voice is encrypted from my handset to the tower. I mean, if you have a computer, it is likely encrypted. It's so embedded in everything you do that it's almost a weird question to ask. It's like what's the most exciting application of oxygen? It's everywhere, keeps everyone alive. And to think about encryption as only messaging, I mean, really misses sort of everything encryption does to secure things that we do every day. And it's so foundational that we never even think about it, but it's there. Anything you're doing in the cloud, anything you're doing in an object, there's likely encryption embedded in it somewhere.
Anything I would have to add to that would just be examples that back up what Bruce said. It is everywhere. If you're buying something online, your interaction with that website is encrypted. We learned 30 years ago the reasons for doing that.
Or if you don't buy something online, right, you're likely using HTTPS.
True.
And it's not just data in transit, it's data as it's stored places. Most of our data is not stored in our computers anymore, right? It's in the cloud somewhere. Dropbox, it's encrypted. It's all encrypted.
And who's looking to access that data? Just so we ground a little bit. Gershavat, I know you'll get into this a little more later, but Bruce and Ava.
I mean, the point of using encryption is to protect you from anyone that you don't want to access that data. It doesn't have to be a particular entity. It's your data.
Thank you. And Alexis, welcome. I was on a different screen before, so I may not have seen exactly when you joined. So thanks for giving us a little bit of the lay of the land in terms of the applications, Bruce and Ava. So what keeps you up at night when it comes to encryption-related laws and policy around the world, outside of those policies, that are directly related to messages? And do you feel hopeful or worried? So Bruce, I was wondering if you could maybe take that first, and then we can kick it over to Gershabad and Alexis.
Yeah, I'm both hopeful and worried. I mean, the real problem with any of the laws is they tend to be narrowly intended. We want to stop terrorists with ticking time bombs or kidnappers, or, since the 90s, there have been these kind of just so stories of these applications that bad things encryption's using, and laws tend to be targeted at those uses, but they turn out not to be targeted, that the way they're written is very general, right? So it's like we say, terrorists eat at restaurants, that's bad, so we're going to ban restaurants. So the real worry is that when we look at legislation, it has much greater effects. I mean, we really don't want to allow criminals to get access to all financial transactions, but that could be a side effect of a badly written law. We don't want all of the marketers to get access to our emails so they can find out what we're concerned about and sell us stuff better, right? I mean, we want better privacy than that. But with the wrongly written law, you throw out that broad application looking for the narrow use case. So what I'm really worried about are these headline grabbing, sensational, single instances that cause people to get scared, and that they will harm a very valuable technology, even to them. It ends up being a misguided effort to prevent the thing from happening again. That really seems to be, since the mid-90s, the way the story goes.
And you've really been working on it since then, so I trust you.
First crypto wars was 1993, Louis Free, the Clipper chip. Yes, indeed. We fight these again and again and again in the US, in the UK, in Australia, in Canada sometimes, sort of all over the English-speaking democratic world.
Gershabad, do you want to jump in as far as encryption-related law and policies around the world outside of those related to messaging?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And as Bruce and Eva said, encryption is everywhere. What I'd say needs to be done is translating what that encryption means in terms of security guarantees for you and me as citizens of the internet and the world. And when we look at what transport layer security does, or what HTTPS does, it's encrypting your connection between you and the server you're connecting to, right? And then the question you asked of who are you hiding things from, right? Becomes important, because then the server and I can see this communication. But with the popularity of HTTPS, and partly thanks to effort from folks at IFF who, advanced certbot and HTTPS everywhere, what effectively that means is at least our internet service providers don't see a lot of it. And as a corollary, any government that's mass harvesting data from internet service providers also doesn't get access to that information. When we look at messaging, end-to-end encryption between users guarantees that not even the service provider, the server can't see it, right? So even that avenue for, let's say, governmental access or third-party access, that is anyone unauthorized to see it in our sort of expectations cannot see it, right? And what is worrying me right now, and this is partly colored by the recent events in India, is the question of when we'll get to encryption at rest by default on our devices, right? Some of the advances we've seen that we've already discussed, right? Like HTTPS, browsers came together, and again, thanks to EFF now, servers could easily support HTTPS. So we got there. Or when WhatsApp decided to move to end-to-end encryption a few years ago, instantly, or basically overnight, it meant millions in India were using end-to-end encryption instead of normal, where you have an intermediary server in the middle, right? So all of these initiatives have been guided by these infrastructural choices by service providers and civil society. But what we haven't achieved yet is encryption at default in our devices. right? And just to highlight the importance of that mechanism, if you have an access to a device, you basically get access to the WhatsApp, right? Or what you communicated with the server. So some of those guarantees that we took for granted in the context of HTTPS and end-to-end encryption for messaging are instantly undermined. And how this happened, what happened in India recently is that the government was detaining journalists and they were seizing their devices. Now, because of the lack of a legal framework that tells them that these are your safeguards, they basically that framework doesn't exist, right? In India, there was only recently a Supreme Court, I mean, this was 6 years ago. I don't know why I said recent, but only 6 years ago, the Supreme Court affirmed a right to privacy, but it's not as worded as like a right against unlawful seizure or unjust seizure, like that, let's say, holds true in the US. And what that means is when the police has your device, they could force you to present your fingerprint and unlock it, right? And same for laptops. There are not many procedural safeguards. And basically, when they have access to that device, you see everything that you assumed you were hiding from third-party access, right? And so just about where the responsibility lies, of course, it lies on us to push for such a mechanism to be default. But of course, if the supply side sort of market theory is true, then some of that responsibility we should also be pushing towards the basically oligopoly that we have in the market of operating systems. So that includes like Apple, Google, Microsoft, etc.
Thanks for giving us the an understanding of where the rubber hits the road on the legal side as well. I appreciate that. Alexis, how about you? What keeps you up at night when it comes to laws and policies outside of those related to messaging?
Absolutely. So thank you for having me. One of the things that keeps me up is the framing of encryption and in certain laws that if you're using encryption, then you must be doing something nefarious. And that's simply not true. Being pushed to the forefront as a barrier to democracy, even, or a barrier to a just society, that's what keeps me up. Normally, because encryption has been such a great tool for the people on the fringes, the people who are marginalized, people who need encryption every day around the world, and not just in the more democratic countries, but the more democratic countries are pushing legislation that could potentially weaken it. And it is of my belief that if encryption is not strong in the most democratic countries in the world, then it'll just become weaker across the world, across the board. So that's my major worry that keeps me up at night, is that encryption gets framed as some sort of like, blanket for war on nouns. Bruce mentioned the early 90s and kind of like the framework that's been happening since then. And I usually frame it as the war on nouns, the war on drugs, war on terror. And it's very much so war on people, and it gets pushed to the forefront where technology can be harmed, or innovation in technology can be harmed to protect the people during these times of fear. And so when we have wars on nouns, we have to be very careful how we're framing security, how we're protecting people, because it's not just about the nouns, it's about the impact and the harms that can happen from legislation, from when people are scared. And that's usually what really keeps me up at night, is what happens to people, and what happens to people in power when they know the people are scared. And are they going to act in the most democratic way possible? Are they acting in the best interest of the people, or is it going to be turned into some sort of form of abuse? Not every government is acting in the best interest of the people. Not every sector of the government is always acting in the best interest of the people. And a lot of this legislation that I've seen recently around, end-to-end encryption or web security, it's the framework that, this government will never do that sort of abuse, even though there's a track record, a known track record from many different governments to act in some sort of form of abuse, no matter how democratic they are or presented around the world. So that's my main worry that usually keeps me up, and I try my best to combat that in that sense.
Thanks. I think that just reminds me also of the importance of speaking to people who use these technologies for critical uses, whether it's journalists or just everyday people, rather than just policymakers or just, just technologists. I think you're absolutely right. I'd like to turn to Ava, switch topics a little bit. Ava, I know that your primary focus in your current role is the security of the open source ecosystem. That's really exciting to me because at Mozilla, we're huge fans of the open source ecosystem. And it's a key component of the modern programming environment. In a recent report you wrote, I saw a statistic that more than 96% of code bases use open source code. Hopefully I got that stat right. Could you explain how regulation related to encryption might impact open source?
Thanks, Noam. So going back again to the crypto wars, the basis of open source, it's a legal framework, a license for sharing software. There's a community around it. There's lots of code. There's different projects. There's differences between the different types of licenses, but ultimately it's a software license. And all of the knock-on effects of being able to share and have sort of a digital sovereignty, to borrow the phrase of a colleague of mine, control over our own systems. And that includes the self-determination of what software to use, how to use it, to modify it, to share it with friends. That's sort of the basis of open source. But it grew out of the crypto wars in the 90s. And this fight over being able to share and publish encryption algorithms. And so a regulation that hypothetically in one country or anywhere else might outlaw or modify the right of people to publish an encryption algorithm. I don't want to, I can't predict how that would affect open source as a whole, but it would, because it would bring us back to the same kind of debates we had in the 90s about, well, can I share this idea in a machine readable or human readable form that you could then reproduce and have some code to do end-to-end encryption? Yeah, and we're 30 plus years past that.
Thank you so much. Oh, yes,
I'll add to that. Sorry, there's also ongoing efforts to regulate open source around the world right now, not specific to encryption, but again, it's an evolving space. I don't know what this will look like in 5 years.
Thanks. I guess we're seeing a theme of unintended consequences here. When you regulate or pass laws in a particular area where you might have good intentions, there might be many knock-on effects that you aren't necessarily expecting. I think given that statistic of 96% of code bases using open source code, seems pretty worrying to mess with that. Now, Ava, one of the coolest applications of encryption that I've learned about recently is trust verification and software distribution. What's the hype there, and why would you need security in software distribution?
Yeah, so encryption, as you mentioned at the beginning of this, is based on Diffie and Hellman's work 50 years ago in public key cryptography. The other side of public key cryptography is identity verification or verification of integrity of something. Under the hood, it's very much the same math, just written in a different algorithm. And so if I write some software for whatever it might be, for your phone, for your media console, a web browser, whatever it is, and you want to know that you've downloaded the same software that I wrote, it wasn't modified in transit or while sitting on your computer and you weren't looking, someone else changed it, that's integrity verification. You might also want to know that I wrote it and not, I don't know, Alexis or somebody else, that you didn't expect to write it, and that's identity verification. This is all based on the same math. And so there's been a big movement because open source software has become so deeply integrated in software supply chains and also hardware supply chains. IoT devices, your smart fridge, your phone, the latest Mars rover, airplanes, cars, medical devices, they all contain open source software. It is literally all around us all the time, embedded in the digital devices in our world. And up until relatively recently, folks weren't paying very much attention to the integrity, the verification of the open source distribution channels. Right? Linux distros, Linux has had a pretty robust system, but a lot of the other ones, there's packages with just a single maintainer. And we've seen in the past 5-10 years, the high profile issues like Heartbleed about a decade ago, Log4Shell 2 years ago, those make headlines. What doesn't make headlines is hundreds of other smaller cases where a single developer gets, they forget or they win the lottery and walk away from maintaining their project. The DNS expires, someone else takes it over and uses it for nefarious ends. And that's where a change in the identity of the developer, if you had identity verification built into the software supply chain, might have been able to alert companies and people that, hey, this is no longer a piece of software I should be running. Something's gone wrong. But we don't have that widely today. And so there's been a pretty large effort, and it's part of why I joined where I'm working right now, to try and advance supply chain security for open source, because it underpins so much of our digital world today. And encryption, public key cryptography is an essential part of that. We couldn't secure a supply chain without it.
Alexis, I know you've also thought a lot about the software trust verification chain. So I was wondering if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, sure. I'm often thinking about the tools given to open source developers over time. Ava, they had mentioned, right, like the Heartbleed bug and everything, and it kind of revealed the lack of support in the open source community as well. Even though that these tools are widely distributed, there's often a meme or a joke that usually gets passed around, how like there's this major project and it's like some tireless person in Nebraska somewhere that's actually maintaining it. So that's honestly a metaphor that still rings true today, where a lot of the projects you use, it might just be 2 or 3 people, if that, maintaining these projects. And it's very real people that need support behind these. Some of them might not even have the money or the infrastructure to actually uphold and use to put into their pipeline and distribute to everyone. A lot of these open source ideas was like, look, there's a hole usually, and it's usually created by proprietary software, where a lot of the proprietary software will not have some sort of feature or some sort of, support for something, and then somebody takes it upon themselves and does it and makes it open source, and and that's tireless work. It's thankless work half the time. But thankfully I've seen more tools that are more readily available for developers. There's still some pain points. To be trusted on Windows is still kind of an expensive process. To be immediately trusted versus reputational trust versus immediate trust is a cost. It's not about how the integrity of the developer, it's how much money you have. Unfortunately, there's still some barriers there to gain trust in certain areas. And so Linux is a little bit easier as someone who distributes software cross-platform. You can utilize PGP for different packaging and distro systems, right? And you can have your public key cryptography that will verify certain things now. I'm seeing efforts like SigStore out of the Linux Foundation that actually is tackling things like, vulnerable NPM packages. There's other sorts of ways of confirming these open source tools, like signing official containers on Docker and making sure images, because, scanning vulnerabilities wasn't enough. Just showing that something was wrong with something in your open source software with a dependency wasn't enough. It was being able to actually integrate changes if needed and actually apply those changes and not have to go and manually discover these things yourself as an open source developer. So I'm seeing tools get a little better to help open source developers actually think about security in the forefront as they're developing. Even with things like GitHub, like you can have your Git commit signed now with your PGP key or your public key, right? And that's something I've actually liked a lot, because now you can see a verification of identity in some sense where, okay, the person who made this commit is the person who they say they are, at least through this chain, right? So it's like a chain of trust that gets established now when you're committing to these projects and saying who you are and verifying that is the code where it came from. And being able to sign said code, as an entire ecosystem that's still in development, but I'm glad that we're in a better place now than we used to be, because if you would have told me, hey, you need all your code signed and ready on each platform, I probably would have cried just to figure out how to do that, because it's like, well, with what tools, what's out there, and the tools, 10 years ago weren't really robust and weren't really helpful and not really well documented. And there are a lot of tools still not well documented. I'm still giving talks and still giving talks on how to do these things, because I usually find out something pretty major in the process that's not well documented. And then I take it upon myself to tell other open source developers, this is the pain that I went through. Hopefully that you won't have to go through this pain now that you know this from me. And these are the things I wish I knew. So documentation needs to get better. Tools need to get a little bit more robust, but I am seeing efforts, and I'm really glad that that's happening, because a lot of this was open source developers aren't thinking about security, as we didn't have the tools for a long time for practical cryptography, for practical security. I'm all about cryptography for the people. I see Ava, but it's like there's there is debate around that, but I do think there's a general understanding and it needs to happen to use these tools in general. And I didn't think that general knowledge was really present in there for a long time. But now that I'm seeing more of an effort that's around funding for open source development and funding for open source developers and software, I have a lot more hope than I used to around seeing this become mainstream, where dependencies and large libraries are getting support.
Thanks so much. That I guess that also just made me understand a little bit more how a lot of these encryption, these efforts to promote encryption in ways that keep us really safe are still in progress as far as like getting them fully implemented in our society. I think that that's really important to me as I think about the policies that might throw off those processes or stymie them. That like some of them are still in progress, right? And so it's difficult to put into place policies that might affect that negatively. Gershabad, I want to turn to you. We've been talking about messaging related encryption a little bit as separate from general encryption. I'm wondering, if they are separate, or whether, when laws impact messaging technologies, do they also impact encryption outside of messaging? Kind of where is the line there from a technical and policy perspective?
Thank you. I think this is a great question, because at least in the recent past, it is true that governments are focusing their regulations and laws on messaging applications that are using end-to-end encryption. But from the old key escrow proposals, now we have things like client-side scanning and traceability, which were discussed at more length in the previous panels at this summit. I think outside messaging, I think there's one class of sort of laws and regulations that I've seen that are aimed at encryption just broadly and generally. And one example of that would be the one I'm most familiar is with the draft encryption policy that India released in 2015. And in a strange way, that harked back to the first crypto wars because it had guidelines that you could, so with an encryption scheme or mechanism, you could only use a key size of this size, right? And what that meant is, the government has at least some sort of capability, if not now or in the near future, that they could decrypt those, not just communications, right? Then that policy was actually taken back by the government after public criticism, so that's a win there. But a similar thing survives in what are called the unified license agreements in India. And all telecom service providers and internet service providers have to sign this agreement with the license with the government. And it also has a strange thing that says bulk encryption is prohibited. That sounds bad, but thankfully the good thing is that the government just wrote that and forgot about it, and no one knows what that actually means. So that's something that's in the law books, but practically didn't have an impact. lastly, I think there are regulations that are not aimed at encryption at all, but may have a side effect at the very least. And I think a recent example of this is the Digital Markets Act that in an effort to increase competition in the messaging space or in to decrease the sort of market consolidation, it asked service providers to explore mechanisms of interoperability in messaging applications. And I'd say technically that wouldn't undermine the security guarantees that we would have of such encryption, but how they translate to practically what we expect from our messaging applications, right? Like if there's an API at the end of your device that allows you to share messages to different parties, and that happens without your notice, for instance. So yeah, like those are conversations about, like, I think device control, but yeah, I think to me they fall in the class of problems that you had a good intention, you didn't want to actually impact in encryption, but you sort of disturb the the balance that we have, at least, and we need to reevaluate how to sort of reconcile our control over devices. We do want full control, and we want our devices to do whatever we want, but we shouldn't, for the general public, it shouldn't mean that their expectations of security from messaging or other encryption is undermined.
Thanks. I like that example of unintended consequences from legislation that's totally unrelated to encryption at all. Bruce, you unmuted. Do you have something you wanted to add to that?
No, I just unmuted because I didn't want to make the same mistake I made in the beginning of this seminar.
Great. Well, we have about 10 minutes left. I see a few questions in the chat, but I'm going to maybe leave 5 minutes for those and ask a few more questions to our panelists first. Bruce, I'm wondering if you could help me explain a little bit, help me understand a little bit the chain of trust of encryption on the internet. There are a lot of acronyms in networking security, TLS, which I talked about before, CAs, HTTPS. What's the kind of basis of networking security? For example, starting with a certificate authority.
So there's a lot of them, and for the audience, I mean, I don't think you want to do acronyms or any math. And basically, we try to start from something trusted and move forward. So the trust might start from the fact that you have a contractual relationship with your cell phone provider that knows your name and is able to bill you. Or it might start from the fact that a big company like Google says it's so. And then we move forward from there. It might be really sloppy. It might be, I trust this website because there's a bunch of stuff in my computer that says I should trust it. And that is sometimes subverted. So the chains of trust are complicated. You think about Bluetooth. The chain of trust starts from you stand next to the object, push a button, and it's because of that proximity and moment in time that establishes trust that moves outwards. It's actually very hard to set up chains of trust, and all the ones we have do have flaws. If you think about security attacks, you can think about ways to attack everything I've just mentioned. But we're trying our best here in an environment where things don't start face to face, right? In normal life, I trust you because I met you. I actually don't trust you because I've never seen you before. I don't know your name. I see a name on the screen. Is it right? Who knows? But were this a more complicated social environment, I'd be introduced to you by somebody, and there'd be some slow set of things that had rituals that cause us to trust each other. So chains of trust on the internet are hard. We're basically doing our best, and it's based on a lot of different things, and yes, a lot of different acronyms.
Ava, do you want to jump into that? Is that why you unmuted?
Yeah, I'd love to add a little comment on that. I like to think of trust as having three basic properties. It's contextual, it's time-bounded, and it's asymmetrical, right? I choose to trust this person in this way, maybe not to fly an airplane, but to drive a car, whatever. When we talk about trusting things, that doesn't really make sense in a human way. We're proxying the thing for the human system behind it. So I choose to trust my bank's website because I've chosen to trust my bank. I choose to trust this phone because, as Bruce said, of the company that built it and their processes that I'm choosing to place my trust in. And I guess all of the ways in which digital trust chains, all the technology that supports them, come from that principle of someone built this, whether it was the code or the system or the specification or the algorithm, and we're choosing to place trust in that set of people.
Thank you. I think I heard the phrase encryption moves trust, maybe, which sounds a little bit like what both of you are saying. Still need to trust someone somewhere. Great. So we have about 7 minutes left. I was wondering, Alexis, if you could give us a very brief understanding. I mentioned earlier the eIDAS regulation, and we talked a little bit about trust. Could you explain to us a little bit about the eIDAS regulation in the EU and concerns that folks have had with it? I know you've worked on that.
Yeah, so I'll try to quickly walk through it. So eIDAS, or the European Electronic Identification and Authentication Trust Services, is the acronym, right? Alphabet soup, it's everywhere. So it's a regulation in the EU that mainly is a framework for a digital wallet for EU citizens. That is the summation of that. But there's a piece to that that had a lot to do with web security, which is the piece I focused on, which was Article 45. Article 45 pushed a type of cert and that would only be used and issued by EU certificate authorities or trusted service providers, I believe is the acronym for that. But you can think of it as a certificate authority blessed by the national side of things in EU states. So they would issue these types of certificates. I won't get into the acronym of what type of certificate it is, but it's an identity-based TLS certificate. So they also pushed in Article 45 how it should be seen or viewed by the user in the browser. So there's a couple problems that we had in the security community about it, and especially in Web PKI land, where the problems around this article and the proposed rules and changes that it initially had was that the way it addresses web security itself in a current state, it forces a process for TLS. What the TLS wasn't meant to solve. It wasn't meant to solve the issue of identity itself. That is not what TLS was meant to solve. And we tried this, and we kind of tried this with extended validated certificates, or validation certificates, and pushing the identity process of a background check into the TLS certificate or the web certificate that we have. We've tried this, and there's debates and arguments of whether or not an extended validation certificate is normal versus what we currently have normally on the web is called a domain validated certificate, which is, thanks to the efforts like Let's Encrypt, it helps keeps most of the web encrypted. It treats TLS as inherently broken. I don't like that at all. This article treats it as there's a problem that needs to be solved with TLS, and this is not where that context should be framed. It frames free security as bad security. The certificates that they want to push aren't cheap, and they aren't free. It discourages automation in web security because domain validated certificates you can automate because you can automate domain control, but you cannot automate identity proof and validation. So once again, it pushes TLS to do something that it wasn't meant to do. And so and also ultimately, with the bigger worry was slows and inhibits browser reaction to security events. What if there's a bad actor as a certificate authority, right? And they're improperly issuing web certificates or improperly issuing something, or even having a bad practice of some kind, this regulation would have stepped in the way of that process and slowed it down. Because right now, browsers can act almost immediately through an assessment process and take down the CA. But unfortunately, with this regulation put in play on the proposed rules, it would slow down that process to a law. And laws are slow. Laws are 2 to 3 years. We don't have 2 to 3 years to wait for web security. And so the last piece of that is geopolitical. It sets a precedent. The internet is not just Europe. The internet is, everyone uses the internet around the world. You can't put geopolitical borders on the internet. People can try, but I don't like that approach in this case, even though it's trying to address, cybercrime and such with EU citizens and establish identity and trust through web services. I understand that pain, but the internet is not just Europe. So you can't make legislation based off your country and your country's problems if it impacts web security as a whole for everyone. Taking power from US companies and rebalancing it and competition, innovation. I don't have a problem with those pieces, but you shouldn't harm web security in the pursuit of such. And it sets a bad precedent for other countries to follow as well. So other countries may use this framework. So they're in the trilogues right now. It's been a very long process. I think about 2 years now we've been going through this article, revising it. And our main thing is trying to just make sure that browsers can act if something goes wrong with one of these certificate authorities. That's our main goal. We would like for this to be rolled back completely and start, and just keep the same text and rhetoric that they had before, because it doesn't prevent usage of quotes with the original text. You can, or the certificates that they're pushing. It doesn't prevent the use of these identity certificates in the web browser. They're currently in use, but it's just, this forces the certificate, forces other factions at play that harms web security and treats TLS like it's inherently broken and treats free security as bad security. And those are the pieces right now that we are trying to land with the final bits of text in Article 45.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Alexis. I wanted to make sure to hit on EIDAS just because, it's an active and moving piece of legislation. Wonderful. Well, we are coming up on time here. I think that we, in the various questions, I think we answered a lot of the questions that were in the chat, so I won't go specifically through those. But I wanted to thank you all so much for joining us today, our speakers and folks in the, folks watching the webinar. We're going to have a 10-minute break before the next panel. The next panel is content moderation in encrypted environments. You won't want to miss it. So I hope you enjoyed this panel. I know I learned a lot about the chain of trust on the internet, about encryption at rest, about the effect of encryption regulation on the open source environment. So thank you all so much, and I hope you agree. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
the
Recording
globe
in
icon
progress.
below your screen. Finally, closed captions are also available in English, Spanish, and French. Please select your preferred language in the closed caption icon. Now for the panel. Increasingly, governments around the world are considering regulatory schemes that would obligate providers of communication services to moderate the content that they carry. These governments, and they include the UK, the EU, Australia, the United States, and many others, are considering or have enacted proposals that require providers to detect, block, take down, or report communications content. And they're putting these regulations in place to counter child sexual abuse, fight terrorism, disrupt the illegal trade in drugs, or to throttle content that is otherwise deemed unwanted or merely harmful. These regulatory schemes are being applied not just to public social media platforms, but to platforms that are encrypted end-to-end. The essence of end-to-end encryption is that only the sender and the intended recipients of a communication can read it. Since the provider is neither sender nor intended recipient, they're just an intermediary, the provider too cannot understand the content being conveyed on a system that's encrypted end-to-end. This raises a very basic question. If you can't read it, how are you supposed to detect it or block it or report it? Some very smart people are thinking about this very problem, and we've gathered some of them to discuss it with you on our panel today. Dhanaraj Thakur is research director at the Center for Democracy and Technology, where he leads research that advances human rights and civil liberties online. His work has spanned the range of technology problems over the last 15 years, including more recently, content moderation on end-to-end services, automated content moderation, and misinformation and disinformation in elections. Dhanaraj, welcome to the panel. We also have Iria Puyusa. Iria is a senior researcher at DFR Labs, at the DFR Lab Democracy and Technology Initiative. Her research focuses on critical internet-related topics, including cyber sovereignty, the risks of internet fragmentation, state surveillance, and intrusive data capture. She recently authored an in-depth report on end-to-end encrypted messaging apps. Iria, welcome to the panel. Rihanna Pfefferkorn is a research scholar at the Stanford Internet Observatory and a former summer intern at CDT, which is, I think, her real claim to fame. Rihanna is a lawyer by training. Her research focuses on encryption policy, cybersecurity, government surveillance, and online trust and safety. And finally, Calvin Maguri is a lecturer at the Harare Institute of Technology in Harare. That's in Zimbabwe, it's the capital. And he's in the Information Assurance Department. He also sits on the board of directors of the Zimbabwe Child Online Safety. He has a passion for cybersecurity, and indeed, he is a certified ethical hacker, not the other kind. Calvin, I see you're on. Iria, would you show up on the camera, please? Thank you. And I've asked the panelists to be brief, so we have lots of time for questions at the end. I'm going to play the evil but smiling timekeeper. If a question occurs to you while a person is speaking, and before we turn to questions, please put the question in the Q&A or in the chat. We'll be watching them so we can flag questions to the panel. I'd like to turn first to Dhanaraj. Dhanaraj, would you tell folks a little more about the work the CDT research team has done and is doing on encryption?
Great. Thank you, Greg.
And thank you to the Global Encryption Coalition and their partners for organizing today's event. So to get to your question, Greg, let me start by saying and kind of reminding and building on that, great video we saw at the start, that there are several important benefits to encryption and end-to-end encrypted communication services, namely privacy and security. And these are important, for consumer protection, e-commerce, trust in the economy, journalism, the free press. They're crucial links between privacy and freedom of expression. The problem that we face is that there's, as Greg, as you mentioned, that there are multiple threats to undermine encryption and end-to-end encryption, and specifically that overlook all these benefits. And narratives from a lot of these initiatives suggest that we need to break end-to-end encryption to moderate content, protect users. This is inaccurate, and part of our research goal is to build evidence to highlight this inaccuracy and point to alternatives, right? So 2 years ago, in fact, we published a report, and thanks to Elizabeth Seeger for sharing the link in the chat. It's called Outside Looking In, Approaches to Content Moderation in End-to-End Encrypted Systems, that examine existing and proposed methods to assess content on end-to-end encrypted messaging services, pointing out which of these approaches would support privacy and the privacy and security guarantees of end-to-end encryption, and which would violate them. So that supports this goal that I mentioned earlier of pointing to alternatives to assess content on these kinds of services.
Thanks, Dhanaraj. It does strike me that policymakers, they tend to think that unwanted content like child sexual abuse material or terrorism information, that it has to be discovered and moderated by the platform that carries it. But one of your studies, I understand, that's about to be published, suggests that teenagers, for example, have their own ways of dealing with unwanted content. What are you finding in this work? And tell us a little bit about the study you're conducting.
Sure, yeah, thanks for raising that. And it does this idea of trying to understand what are user perspectives and how they deal with unwanted content, and specifically teenagers, follows from our previous work, but in fact, some of the work by the panelists represented here today. The report that you mentioned, Greg, is called More Tools, More Control, Lessons from Young Users on Handling Unwanted Messages Online. And it's going to be released next month. It's written by Dr. Michal Luria, who's a research fellow at CDT, and Dr. Carl Scott, who's at the University of Michigan. So let me just briefly highlight a few of the findings here to give you a sense of what direction this report is going to go. So the online context is, follows from this broader issue of trying to address the kind of valid concern on exposure of children and young people to unwanted content online. And the underlying problem that you see with a lot of the policy responses is that it views young people as passive participants of this kind of content. Participants that need almost 24/7 parental or platform supervision online. And so we try to interrogate that kind of assumption by actually asking young users, what do they do when it comes to unwanted messages, specifically on messaging apps, because messaging is particularly popular with young people. By messaging, I mean things like WhatsApp, iMessage, Instagram DMs, Snapchat DMs, and so on. And so we conducted a qualitative study using what's called video-based diary entries from participants, as well as interviews. And so there are a couple of things that stood out here. And I'll mention a few, and we can talk more later on if there's time in the Q&A. One is that, yes, there are lots of unwanted messages, but they're not equally distributed among participants. Some participants are more likely to receive them on a regular basis. And some of them actually are targeted at certain demographics, which I think is an interesting data point, requires more research. So for example, one thing that we found is that young African-American boys are more likely to be receiving these kinds of unwanted messages. But this unequal distribution follows from a couple of things. One is the degree to which participants engage in strategies to minimize their exposure to this kind of content. And that could include setting their accounts to private, primarily keeping their interaction to close circles, or limiting the extent to which they actually participate online on the network generally, which unfortunately can be linked to the problem around chilling effects. There's also a design feature within platforms. So several participants mentioned how the platforms are set up in such a way that facilitate the reception, the receiving of unwanted messages, but particularly on Twitter, Discord, or TikTok, because of the way they allow strangers or people that are not part of a participants network to be able to DM them. That said, many of the participants are aware of bad actors online, and they actively try to assess risk and strategize how to handle unwanted messages. And they do that in different ways, particularly in terms of the escalation of problems. So they would often regularly assess these problems and might escalate them to, and report them to friends and family when they think it makes sense. But there's an interesting quote here I want to highlight about the perception of this problem. One participant said, quote, "I feel like people vastly overestimate how many unwanted messages we get on platforms. The risk and dangers of social media are so emphatically spread by teachers and parents. It's an active risk I take, and I feel comfortable with it, given the tools available." That discussion among several participants about the tools available and the tools that they'd like to see is really where we wanted to point to, particularly for our industry partners, in terms of what could be done to improve the agency of young people online to deal with unwanted content. That include, for example, dealing with providing ability to delete, block, or report content, enabling giving users more friction or speed bump in their interaction, particularly with strangers or unknown profiles. And the last thing I'll say is providing more transparency in reporting. So user reporting is something that I know some of the other panelists are going to talk about. But many of the participants, the young people, said that having transparency and understanding to what happens after a case is reported and allowing users to track the outcome of that reporting could be very helpful in supporting the way they want to protect themselves online. Thanks. So let me pause there, Greg, and we can come back later.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think we're going to hear more about user reporting. And if we don't, and maybe even if we do, I'm going to circle back to you, Dhanaraj. Iria, tell us about the report that you recently completed on understanding Telegram, WeChat, and I think WhatsApp in the United States. What did you find overall? And what did you find that distinguished the messaging services that are encrypted from those that are not?
Thank you, Greg. In this investigation we run, we were trying to understand users in the way not only focus on harms, but also trying to see how people use these platforms. That was our initial goals. It was related with that, how people are using. And I want to emphasize, in most of the users we found is positive, sharing information, looking for reliable sources, sharing that sources with other people in the community. Is a lot of dynamics and interactions around community building and sharing information. So I want to start to emphasize that it's not like these apps are a horrible place in which only harmful content is spread. It's mostly about communities, groups getting together and sharing resources, sharing support, finding ways to share information. Say that we did a landscape of more than 40 apps, messaging apps available in the United States people use here. But we focus on these three, WhatsApp, Telegram, and WeChat, because they are pretty distinct in their technical features and in their policies too. We found WhatsApp is end-to-end encrypted. They had a so extensive policy about what kind of content and behavior is not allowed in those platforms. While Telegram encryption is optional. You can have encrypted chats in Telegram, but most of the interaction we were analyzing occurs in public channels which are not encrypted. And we've working with WeChat, which is not encrypted at all. which is used mostly by Chinese diaspora here in the United States. It's a Chinese platform, and it had extensive restriction in the kind of content that can be shared in that platform. And also within their policies, they include continuous monitoring of the content shared in the platform in order to enforce those policies. So it's more restricted than any other messaging ad available in the market. While Telegram is kind of loose in their policies, they restrict some things like spam, terrorism, very few other things. They don't do a continuous monitoring like WhatsApp does or WeChat does.
Let's zero in on the encrypted ones. As I said at the outset, if you're a provider of an encrypted service, you can't understand what people are saying on your service. If it's end-to-end encrypted, it's private even as to you. So if you can't read it, how do you moderate it when you're under one of these mandates that says you're not meant to carry child sexual abuse material? What do providers do? What techniques do they employ?
Well, in the case of WhatsApp, what is available for them, for the platform to kind of detect whether the users are infringing the terrorist user and sharing something that's banned from the platform, is user reporting. That's the first. You were right. We are going to talk a lot about user reporting. That is the most obvious, the most widely available mechanism for detecting content which is unwanted in the platform or violate the terrorist users. They also had the ability to use some metadata analysis applied to a specific sort of contents. In the case of WhatsApp, they used a technique they call behavioral analysis. In some way, it's a subset of metadata analysis, but is more about the behavior of the user. And in some case, they also had a way to do that in Facebook and Facebook Messenger. So it's across all the meta platform that use this behavioral technique. A user reporting is kind of the most obvious one. User receives something they don't want to see, and they report to the platform, and the platform can enforce the policy by banning the user or any other or sanctions. And at the beginning, the first thing is that the user won't receive more messages from that particular account or number. That's the first available mechanism. In the case of metadata analysis, they use that for spam, and they use that for children sexual abuse material to try to find in their metadata clues, signals that people are sharing that unwanted content. And in case something is flagged by the automatic system, a human reviewer entering the equation to see what is the content and whether it is really an unlawful content or content the platform doesn't allow circulated in their messages. So it's kind of semi-automatic, so had an automatic section and then a human review in the words. And that it doesn't resolve all the problems, but is helpful. It provides a better space for people to interact with their platforms.
Thank you. I'm going to circle back with you on the human review because I don't get how you can do that in an encrypted environment, but let me circle back to you on that question later, but I want to get to Rihanna real quick. Rihanna, ERIE has identified the tools that a provider of an encrypted service could use. Which ones work? What are the effective ones? What did you find from your studies on this?
Thanks, Craig. So I published research in the Journal of Online Trust and Safety early last year that explored what I refer to as content oblivious trust and safety techniques and contrasted those with what I call content dependent techniques. So an example of a content dependent technique would be something like automated scanning, including client-side scanning, or having human moderators going through the posts on a service, for example, techniques where the platform has to have at-will programmatic ability to access and analyze the contents of messages or other files on the platform. Content oblivious techniques, by contrast, are things like metadata analysis, analysis of behavioral signals, things that do not depend upon access to the contents of messages and files in order for that technique to work. Another thing that I would include under that would actually be user reporting, which even within end-to-end encrypted environments, I consider to be content oblivious, because there, the way that content is coming to the platform provider's attention is not because they could find it on their own programmatically. It is only because a user surfaced it to them, or perhaps, at least for unencrypted environments, somebody off platform could potentially send in an email about a post, for example, that they saw on a non-encrypted public-facing platform. So in doing the survey research into these techniques, I polled online service providers. The sample for my survey includes both end-to-end encrypted messaging apps, as well as other non-end-to-end encrypted types of online services, primarily user-generated content-driven services. And I asked them which trust and safety techniques they use. I pulled them about 12 different categories of abusive content and asked which techniques do they use to detect each of those different types of content. And we're talking about things here ranging from, spam to hate speech to mis and disinformation, child safety offenses, and so on. And all of the providers in the sample said that they use some combination of both content oblivious and content dependent techniques, which I think in itself was an important finding because it rebuts a common myth that I've heard from governments in particular, which is that trust and safety requires the ability to do content analysis at will, that trust and safety is literally impossible in encrypted environments, basically. That's false, and these findings help to demonstrate that. The survey also asked the participants which of three techniques, automated content scanning, which is content dependent, as well as metadata analysis and user reporting, which are content oblivious, which of those did they find to be the most useful, to your question, for detecting each of the 12 types of abusive content that I was asking about. And this is what I think was the most interesting finding from the research, which is that for almost every category, a content oblivious technique was deemed to be as or more useful for detecting abuse than a content dependent technique. And specifically, user reporting almost across the board was deemed to be the most useful means of detecting abuse out of those three across most categories of abuse, with the only exception being child sex abuse imagery, where automated scanning was still deemed to be the most useful. And what these findings indicate, I think, is that end-to-end encryption services should really be investing in making robust user reporting flows, ideally ones that expose as little information about the conversation as possible apart from the abusive incident. So this is something that, for example, Messenger has employed now that you're able to turn on end-to-end encryption by default in Messenger. And that's always been an option to have it there at the user's option. It's important that there be means for users to still continue to ensure that they have their own means of keeping themselves safe on the platform, as we've been hearing from the other panelists. And nevertheless, even though the survey found that so many of these providers were saying that they thought that user reporting was the most useful means to detect so many various different types of abusive content online, I also found that a lot of them don't have robust user reporting flows that allow users to report each of those types of things that the providers themselves are saying are so useful to have user reporting to find. So user reporting, I think, kind of not necessarily low-hanging fruit given the complexities of designing UI and UX flows, especially for different age groups, but nevertheless, something that would help to empower users in their online interactions. Another content oblivious technique would be metadata analysis. This didn't really get ranked as being particularly useful for very many categories in my findings. That said, this was a couple of years ago. I think AI-driven analysis may provide a leg up there, so I don't know if the results would be the same today. But nevertheless, I think it's important to recognize that metadata analysis on its own also has privacy trade-offs. if you're a service that wants to rely heavily on metadata analysis to try to detect abusive behavior or abusive users or abusive content, the ABCs, according to Camille Francois, formerly of Graphica, the service needs to collect all of those signals and collect all of that metadata and do enough analysis to be able to make that kind of approach worthwhile. And there are plenty of services, especially end-to-end encrypted services, that choose to collect very minimal data about their users as part of their commitment to user privacy. So I think as with basically anything, when we're talking about trust and safety, it can be trade-offs all the way down. But I think that the survey findings really augment and I guess help complement the findings that we've been hearing from our other panelists from the terrific work coming out of CDT and out of DFR Lab.
Thank you, Rihanna. Now, before we go to Kelvin, I just want to remind folks that we're going to wrap up here at 10 minutes until the hour. That means we have 20 minutes left. If you have questions, please put them in the chat. Do it now because we want to get them in front of the panel. Kelvin, welcome to the panel, and thank you for joining us. You know, it seems that sometimes the Global South is underrepresented in discussions about content moderation and encryption. And so we're really glad that you could join us because you've studied content moderation in Zimbabwe. Tell us about the work that you've done and what you've found.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Craig. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I did a study on the trends and challenges for the moderation of end-to-end encrypted platforms in Zimbabwe, where we are saying that in as much as end-to-end encrypted platforms about freedom, however, there are some challenges that are being posed like spread of misinformation, inappropriate content, disinformation, etc. So how the government and other key stakeholders like the regulators, which are MNO, the mobile network operators, are regulating these issues are key. So from this study, I discovered Zimbabwe, just like the rest of the world, is not spared from misinformation and hate speech. Yeah, but another thing that I discovered from this study was revenge pornography is actually prevalent here in Zimbabwe. So I actually discovered a lot of things. And also on the security, like most of the people, they didn't know of this other platform. That is called WhatsApp GP. Which compromised the security of the authentic WhatsApp. Although the authentic WhatsApp owners, they try by all means to mitigate to stop users of this other platform called WhatsApp GP, but the problem is still there. But the challenge now is we know that the original WhatsApp is found on Google Play Store, but there's this other now WhatsApp platform called GB WhatsApp, which is not found on the authentic Google Play Store. So when these two platforms now communicate together now, it means now the security of the original WhatsApp is compromised because we don't know who is owning this other platform, which is WhatsApp GB. So I actually discovered a lot of things from this research. Like I said, that in Zimbabwe, we recently had the Cybersecurity and Data Protection Act just to be compliant or to catch up with the rest of the world. So there are quite a number of issues now that how now are we going to, for evidence to be admissible in the court of law now, we have to come up with some frameworks or some standard operating procedures to take to court, because digital evidence is actually difficult to handle. So we need some frameworks Like, okay, maybe let me pose a good example. WhatsApp introduced a feature of disappearing messages, and according to the new Cybersecurity and Data Protection Act in Zimbabwe, sending inappropriate content or or maybe intimidating somebody is now a crime. But what's happening now is now having a new feature of disappearing messages here. So how is that evidence going to be used in the court of law when the other end no longer have the messages? So for Zimbabwe now, we actually need some framework here for digital forensics, a framework for evidence to be admissible in the court of law. Otherwise, it will be very, very much difficult to take somebody to court. So those are some of the things or findings that I got from this researcher.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So when it comes to end-to-end encryption and moderating content, what are some of the things that you're recommending that policymakers do?
Okay. Yeah, it's now, we now have to strike a balance now between security and privacy. Like in security, we know the goals of security of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. But I believe those goals have now evolved. We now have non-repudiation, where we are saying that a sender should not deny have sent a message, because we are saying that we need to take someone to court. So a sender should not deny having sent a message, but now we need to strike a balance now between performance now and security. Because when we implement now the non-repudiation feature on our communication platforms, it means we now have probably two encryption algorithms. Like for to achieve non-repudiation, we are now using public key cryptography. So performance of the communication platforms will be compromised. But we need to have evidence admitted in the court of law. At the same time, we need their performance not to be compromised, and also we need to keep this issue of anonymity. Where we are saying that people power, we need their privacy to the people. So how we have to strike a balance between the two now is an issue now with our policymakers.
I have to admit that I never heard of GB WhatsApp. Is there an interoperability issue between GB WhatsApp and real WhatsApp? In other words, can they interoperate? And if they do interoperate, what's the consequence for encryption?
Yeah, there is an interoperability. Yeah, like I said, the authentic WhatsApp is found on the Google Play Store, but GB is not found on the Google Play Store. Yet these two platforms are communicating. With the authentic WhatsApp, you can actually moderate content. But with this GB WhatsApp, you can't moderate content. You can actually forward a lot of information. Probably it will be false information to a lot of people. So there's an interoperability between these two platforms. So security is compromised now because if these two platforms are communicating together and we don't know the owners of GB WhatsApp, it means messages are going to WhatsApp GB servers. And in future, people are not talking about quantum cryptography, where we are saying store now and decrypt later. Probably in the near future, we'll have a lot of information that is coming from GB WhatsApp, which we thought that it was secure.
I want to turn back to Iria. I warned you I'd be coming back to you, Iria. When it comes to content moderation using metadata analysis, you had indicated that there, after the initial analysis, there'd be a human review. What's the human reviewing if the message is encrypted end to end? What does that review constitute?
In the case of user reporting, when people report to the platform a message, a content, the platform receive the content. So it can be assessed. In the case, it's no breaking encryption because it's one of the ends, one user sharing that content with a new recipient, in this case, the platform. So in that case, things is pretty clear what is happening. So sharing with you something somebody else sent me, it doesn't break encryption, but you are allowed to see the content. That happened in user report. In the case of meta-analysis, what WhatsApp does is they scan some surface and the platform were not encrypted. What is encrypted is the message user exchange. Any content, picture, video, text, audio we share in the platform, that is encrypted. But there's things like the icon, the avatar of the person, the bio, the description of the bio of the user, or the description and the group in a private or public group with a person is interacting. That is not encrypted. That is available for the platform to see. So what they are doing is looking to those non-encrypted sides of the platform, that surface in which they are not encrypted, to look for clues. And there's something is, in some cases, for instance, a terrorist group where we had a slogan advertising their views, and that is available to platform. So in case for child sexual abuse material, maybe some clues they are working with some like dictionary database of terms are associated with that kind of content. And when those contents are flagged, then somebody can look to see where that picture or that bio is really referring to that particular content, terrorist, child sexual abuse, or any other unwanted content. So that's the way it works. That's when something is, and in that case, they may look for other places in which that content may have been shared and had a better way to make a decision. But it's kind of complicated, several stage process. But as Rihanna mentioned before, with the increasing capabilities, artificial intelligence is provided that those processes are accelerating and getting a little bit more accurate. So it's a possibility to continue to work, but also is kind of problematic because the platforms are getting more and more data to be able to do that kind of analysis from the users.
Rihanna, did you want to jump in there on the AI point?
Yeah, I think this is still something that is underway, that we know, according to the terrific outside looking in paper from CDT, that Dhanaraj was a co-author on, and maybe he could speak a little more to this. I know that there's been some research or findings that Meta has been employing some AI on the, what we would call the back end, I guess, to do processing over user reports or over metadata to try and find abusive accounts. WhatsApp, for example, if memory serves, has a way of looking at the kinds of non-encrypted metadata that that particular app collects to try and identify patterns or trends that would point towards abusive accounts or abusive groups of accounts. Because we have to bear in mind that things like the name of a group or the name of a user or the avatar for an individual or for a group, those things are not end-to-end encrypted, and so they could still be visible to the platform, even if all of the contents of all the messages exchanged between users or within a group are encrypted.
A question for any panelists. It seems like Rihanna's work is pointing toward user reporting as a perhaps the most effective method for most kinds of unwanted content for moderating in an encrypted environment. What do providers do to make user reporting easier, more valuable, more likely to be engaged in, to help them do this content moderating?
Could I, maybe, I know the others may have other ideas on this, but I could start going back to this recent report, Greg, that I mentioned, based on teenagers and their perspectives on user reporting. And I think what's important to appreciate here is that we often think of content detection as a first step, right? So there's some problematic content, someone reports it, but that's just the first step. Is what happens afterwards that a lot of young people that we spoke to are want to have better information and more transparency on. So what happens after the report is filed? What are the next steps? What are the enforcement mechanisms, appeals mechanism, and so on? And I think that's important because we have to recognize that content moderation is not just detection. And so for the platforms to provide more transparency of those follow-up steps, I think would make the whole user reporting process more effective.
I would like to add, in that particular problem, platforms should be doing some adjustments in the product design, but and also in their workflows. So some of the things we recommend at the end of our report is try to make reporting features more visible in the main screen on the app, and so that make people see easily, don't need to look for it, and in a display the menu display, so it's there, and it's easy to find. That is simple, that design issue can be done. And also one recommendation we had for groups is kind of reminders of that is as an option. You can report content in the group who is not allowed, you are not looking for is unwanted content. That should be a possibility too, to have that kind of content. Some of that thing can be done in collaboration with group admins. So group admins have the ability to send reminders to the groups about when some content is unwanted is circulating in a group, to make that more salient, that the possibility that is there, and have clear definitions on how those reports are handled. Some people are kind of shy, afraid of reporting because they don't know what's happening. Some people say the other person knows, it was me who reported. What happened after I reported something? So that should be clear for the user. It's in the policies. Most of the platform write those on the policy, but those are very long documents nobody read. So it should be more accessible to the people. What is the workflow? What is the consequences of a report for both the reporting person and the person who is reported? That will help. In the case of teenage, I guess the project will find that digital literacy in middle school will be a long way for increasing safety in these platforms as they continue to be more popular.
So we're at 3 minutes before time, and so I'm going to play the evil but smiling timekeeper. There's been a couple questions in the chat about the WhatsApp GP or whatever it was called that was not really provided by Meta and is not in the Google Play Store. Why does that exist? And can WhatsApp do anything about it, or anyone else do something about it, so that people aren't using something that's probably not encrypted end-to-end and might be a little less safe?
Yeah, so yeah, what WhatsApp does is if they find that you are using this unofficial platform, they block you, or they may ban you from using WhatsApp for a certain period of time. But however, it seems that it's not being effective because like a lot of people they use WhatsApp GP because it has some features which the authentic WhatsApp doesn't have. Like some they say that it's a spying platform, like you can view people's status without them knowing, and so forth. Yeah. So, but WhatsApp is trying by all means to block all those who have used this unofficial platform. But however, it seems that it's not enough what they are doing here.
Appreciate it. We've got 1 minute left. I want to invite each panelist to make a closing comment, perhaps in response to something someone else said or something that they just have to get in before this event ends. Let's start with Iria.
Well, I think something I would like to convey is these issues of encryption need to consider the technical side, the policy side, and the user needs. So we can, that's what I was trying to address at the beginning. We can't have legal solutions or technological solutions so we don't understand how how users are interacting with those limits of the platform. So I think it's an important point to try to get what there are the trace of from the user point of view, what the user is trying to accomplish, and that will center encryption because most of the time we are looking for security, we are looking for having our data protected, and we are looking for privacy, particularly in contexts in which we live in repressive authoritarian countries. That is a very clear need for people from those countries as myself.
Iria, you got the last word in. Congratulations. I'm sorry, I won't be able to get to the other panelists because I do have to be the evil but smiling timekeeper. Thank you everyone for joining, and take a break, but come back to us for the next panel of Global Encryption Day. And remember, Global Encryption Day is every year on October 21st. Please continue to join us. And if you are in an organization, haven't yet done it, please join the Global Encryption Coalition. And you can find us online. And again, thank you for coming, and bye for now.
Recording in progress.
Encryption keeps millions of people across the world safe, and it's doing that every day.
Millions of Ukrainians have downloaded end-to-end encrypted apps to message loved ones and share their stories with the world.
Safety is the most important thing for Ukrainians.
Encryption is playing a key role in keeping women safe when their reproductive rights are being eroded.
Encryption is safety.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning. Seems like we are having a small technical issue. We're waiting for our host to join. So if you can give us a couple of minutes, she will be here pretty soon. Thank you. While we're waiting for her to join us, I will give you some housekeeping rules about the event today. We're hosting this on Zoom webinar. It means only panelists will be on screen and everyone who's on the audience will not be able to speak or to be on camera for this event. Chat is working though, so on the right-hand side of your screen, you're able to talk to everyone, send questions to panelists, and comment on the content that you're hearing as part of the event. We do have Q&A also available, so if you have questions for the panelists, please make sure to add them in there. We have the content of this session will be delivered in English, but we do have simultaneous interpretation in Spanish and French. So if you want to listen to Spanish or French, you can click on the interpretation icon that you see on the bottom of your screen. It's a small globe. We also have closed captioning in English, Spanish, and French. So I will drop a note later on with the code that you also can use to see all of those languages. I believe that Shital should be back right now. So we'll be able to start pretty soon with the panel. Okay, I think we're on.
Yeah, thank you,
Okay,
Raquel.
thank
Thanks
you. All good.
Okay, great. I hope you can hear and see me all right.
Yes.
Thank you for doing the housekeeping. So welcome, everyone. My name is Sheetal Kumar, and I represent Global Partners Digital on the Global Encryption Coalition Steering Committee. And it's my pleasure to be here with you and to moderate this discussion, which is the final one in our summit today on encryption for all, safeguarding communications in vulnerable populations. So we have lost a little bit of time. I'm sorry about my connection issues earlier, and thanks again to Raquel for holding the ship there. So I do want to move us to the discussion with our panelists today, who I'll introduce in a bit. But just to give you a bit of context for this discussion, we all know that encryption is integral to safe and secure communications for all, but particularly for those who are historically marginalized and vulnerable. And yet we don't often hear, or we don't hear as much as we should, from these communities about their lived experiences of using secure messaging apps, which is very important, of course, hearing from them and understanding what those lived experiences are in ensuring that secure messaging is in fact trustworthy. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to shine some light on the research that has been done by researchers who've worked to bring to light the lived experiences of users, vulnerable users of secure and private messaging apps. And in doing so, ensure power to the people, particularly those who are the most vulnerable. And I'm very happy to say that we have 3 panelists here who are able to support us in that endeavor. I will introduce them and then move straight to them. So we have here on our panel Caroline Sinders, who is founder of Human Rights and Design Lab, Convocation Research and Design. Welcome, Caroline. We also have Diana Gheorghiu, who is Legal and Policy Officer at Child Rights International Network, or CRIN, and who also leads CRIN's work on digital rights, children's rights in the digital environment. And we also have Robert Fabricant, who is the co-founder of Dalberg's Design Impact Group. So as I said, they've all done research on how encryption is being used by marginalized or vulnerable groups, and will be sharing their insights with us from that research in the first part of our panel. And then we'll be discussing how we build on that research and take it forward as researchers and activists to ensure that secure messaging is as secure as it can be. So we are going to start with Caroline. You co-wrote a report which looked at how people, including vulnerable populations such as those in war zones, so seeking reproductive health care in areas where that is criminalized, use secure messaging apps, which are communications apps that are either completely or partly encrypted. What did you find, and what do your findings mean for vulnerable users and for those who design and provide encrypted services?
For sure. Thank you so much for that question. So these two different, we looked at 2 different groups. One group was journalists in India who were facing all different kinds of sort of governmental threats. And then another group was reproductive justice activists in the American South, where abortion is now banned. What was interesting in terms of sort of comparing and working with these 2 groups is they have similar needs, but very different, let's say, backgrounds in terms of approaching the problem. So journalists we were working with had quite a bit of a background and knowledge in terms of how, let's say, like different kinds of cyber attacks and cyber threats worked and how they were sort of targeting them. Their issue, or some of the issues they were facing, were what are some of the ways to create different kinds of safe documentation, for example. So paper trails are being needed for different kinds of work and research that they're doing. So some of the bigger issues in that case was, how do you create like a secure pipeline of working from, let's say, taking photos, from doing interviews, from being able to be reachable, but also, again, really ensuring that those comms are end-to-end encrypted and secure, but again, also creating a way in which information, let's say, could be somewhat archived or be able to be reproduced at later dates. Conversely, the groups we were working with in the American South were extremely new to technology and to encryption. They were facing, a lot of them don't have backgrounds in tech. They actually work way, way outside of technology. And this is something that they're doing within their communities, within different kinds of community organizations, be them sort of ad hoc activist groups to ones that are slightly more, let's say, like codified or more established along recognized reproductive groups, for example. And so within that, a lot of our work was also trying to help unpack and explain different conceptions and misconceptions of technology, of what is encryption, of where is it, of how do you access it. In that case, what they were most concerned about was information getting out. So not necessarily creating a paper trail, but the exact opposite. And in fact, what we ended up covering more in that with them was what are ways to build pipelines and ways to work to ensure that information is not leaving the specific groups that they're in, but then also, where does, let's say, encryption stop in the messaging app, and where does digital hygiene and different kinds of security training sort of come in to help impact how they're using tools. And a lot of this ended up being sort of tied into digital literacy. One of the reasons this is really important is, at least in the United States, the American South does get quite a bit overlooked in terms of tech policy and tech literacy and tech education. And so we were able to provide all different kinds of trainings to sort of unpack, how do different kinds of messaging apps work? How do different aspects of privacy and security on their phone work? How can that impact them? What are the ways for them to be incredibly safe? And, this is a very real threat model. And this was during a time where I'm sure some of y'all are aware of this, at least in the US, a Nebraska mother and daughter who had been trying to seek reproductive health care and an abortion had been using Facebook Messenger, and that their messages had been turned over by Meta to law enforcement, leading to them facing jail time. And this is obviously a very real threat for people in the American South and also all across the US, where abortion is banned. And there is sort of the weight of criminality hanging on top of activists. So in this case, our biggest thing was trying to destigmatize different kinds of apps. We talked a little bit about WhatsApp and actually how it can be safe. People had a lot of skepticism using it because of its ties to Meta. Other things that were sort of really interesting that popped out were the different activists we were working with had heard that Signal was good, but had sort of no real tooling or ways to sort of verify why is it good, why is it safe, what does good mean in this context. And so there's not a lot necessarily in the app that can sort of show you or tell you that. This user group understood that encryption was necessary and what was needed in terms of safety, but it was helping building blocks around what does encryption mean towards safety, what does it do, and again, trying to help them create sort of holistic plans in terms of security and privacy, obviously built on top of encryption, to be as safe as possible. So, it is very much like a foundational element of, I would argue, anyone's digital hygiene, as Matt Mitchell, security trainer, has sort of named, but just in our sort of general safe practices, sort of regardless of your threat model, and encryption and encryption is this necessary infrastructure, if you will, of our communication. We uncovered a lot of different things within our report that we can get into later, but some of the bigger issues were sort of pointing out in other apps that we recommended our user groups not use, such as like Telegram and Facebook Messenger, that encryption is not necessarily in those cases automatically turned on, nor necessarily like end-to-end encrypted. How that can sort of serve different kinds of threats to them that you could think you're having, let's say, a very secure or, again, encrypted chat, and not necessarily, because the UI and the actual sort of infrastructural like UX design of those products are really, really working against you.
Thanks, Caroline. It was that's really interesting to hear, and we can put the research in the chat as well, the report, because it's as I think you've been speaking to, really important to note the wider ecosystem and context in which vulnerable users use messaging apps, which they may think are private or secure, or they may have misconceptions or certain concerns that the app itself cannot allay, and therefore there is that need for digital literacy and at least an understanding of those threats, those concerns, and that really impacts whether or not the use of the app for communications is in fact secure. So thank you for that. We'll delve into it in a bit more detail, that research. Also, when we've heard from Diana and Robert, which actually brings me to Diana. You worked within CRIN, or CRIN co-authored a report which was published earlier this year that aimed to capture the full complexity of how encryption affects children's lives. It sets out principles for an approach to encryption that is holistic, that recognizes and respects that full range of their rights. And we've actually heard a bit earlier in other sessions about that, which we can try and bring into this discussion here as well. But before we do that, I'll turn over to you. Could you present us with a brief overview of the findings in your report? Thank you, Diana.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Sheetal, and for the invitation to speak about our work. So yes, in January, Child Rights International Network, CRIN, in collaboration with Defend Digital Me, launched the report Privacy and Protection, a Children's Rights Approach to Encryption. It was our response to the very strong polarization emerging in discussions around children's rights online, particularly regarding encryption and child sexual abuse. We had conversations with a full range of experts working on this issue: child protection, children's rights, digital rights, privacy and data protection, internet regulation, and the technology industry. And we found that there is a lot more common ground in the debate that perhaps is recognized, but as one interviewee put it, it's the details where it gets tricky. So in order to systematize and analyze these details, we identified and applied a framework to the conversation, and this is the children's rights approach. So we treated the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child as an agreed international framework that covers the full range of children's rights. We examined how the application of encryption can pose both benefits and risks to these rights, and we argued that children, their rights, their interests are on all sides of the discourse. And in particular, three arguments. First, that children are fully formed subjects of rights, including privacy, and that privacy is a key right for children's development because it allows them to shape their personalities and to find out who they are. The second argument is that privacy versus protection. The existing polarization is a false dilemma. Because it's not the case that encryption poses only benefits for privacy and only risks for the protection of children. So, for example, encrypted channels can be used to circulate child sexual abuse material, which violates the privacy of victims. On the other hand, encrypted channels can also be used to seek help where children are victims of violence. So, for example, perpetrated by a family member. So it's not privacy versus protection, it's privacy and protection, and even that privacy and protection can feel reductive because, in fact, encryption engages not only children's rights to privacy and protection from violence, but also non-discrimination, the right to life, freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, the right to health, and even, as we saw, the protection of children affected by armed conflict. So we used hypothetical scenarios. Our scenarios are hypothetical in order to show that the impact of encryption, whether positive or negative, varies significantly, depending on children's backgrounds, needs, identities. And through these hypothetical scenarios, we also aimed to showcase an aspect which has received less attention in the debate, and that is children's agency, their ability to make decisions and to exercise their rights, especially where these children come from disadvantaged or marginalized groups. So in relation to the state, for example, we looked at the benefits of encryption for children who are politically active under repressive regimes, children whistleblowers and activists, children who want to make decisions about their own body, as we saw, for example, regarding abortion, and children whose rights are restricted under general human rights law. So for instance, under states of emergency in times of conflict, or for the protection of national security. In relation to the family, we focused on scenarios of children whose interests or views are different from those of their parents. So, for example, LGBT plus children who come from culturally conservative families. And also, for example, children who might be put at a disadvantage because of their parents' status. So children of HIV positive parents who are identified and discriminated against. But of course, as we said, encryption could also pose risks to marginalized children. So in relation to platforms, for example, we focused on children from ethnic minority groups who could be targeted by hate speech on encrypted channels. So overall, the debate is very complex, and we chose to be non-restrictive about the ways in which approaches to encryption can be child rights compliant. We set out 10 principles, and I just want to leave you with 2 of these principles. First, the ecosystem principle. So we argue that encryption should not be the starting point in debates around societal problems affecting children, for example, online child sexual abuse. Instead, policymakers should identify the policy goal first, that is to be achieved, and then consider the range of options, which could be of a technological nature or not, that could be implemented in order to achieve that policy goal. And the other important principle is the no general ban on encryption principle. So we argue that if encryption were removed from all services that children use, far from protecting them, this would leave them vulnerable to a wide range of exploitation and abuse. And it is possible to regulate the applications of encryption, but this must be consistent with children's rights. Thank you.
Really great. Thank you for that, Diana. And I think what we were hoping to bring with this panel is really nuance in what can often be quite a binary discussion or what feels like going around in circles. And to break that, we wanted to really ensure that we're talking about that nuance that you brought there with the research, the point about the role that encryption plays or how it's experienced by children really depends on such a range of factors, including context, needs, identities. And with those really concrete recommendations at the end, I think a very helpful path forward as well for both discussion and consideration of how to then build on that research. Thank you. I will now move to Robert. Robert, you worked with researchers and with advocates from the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Lab, the Stanford Internet Observatory, Tech Policy Press, and Hackers to understand the lived experiences of users of private messaging platforms. And this confirmed the pervasive role of peer-to-peer messaging in communications, for critical to access and to share critical information. Can you tell us a bit more about that research and specifically what users and designers of these services should be aware of?
Yeah, so thank you. Apologies, there's a little background noise where I am. It's a birthday, so wasn't anticipating that. But yeah, the research we did was pretty broad-based. And it was pretty broad-based because we were trying to bring diverse people to the table. And as part of that, we were looking more broadly at trust, not necessarily specifically at the role of encryption. And the first thing I want to say, because I think it's critical, is when we get into these spaces of these conversations, we're talking about vulnerable groups, et cetera, marginalized groups. Sometimes we can lean into a narrative in which we view them as having less ability or less resourcefulness in how they engage with these platforms. And that's the first thing I wanted to say as someone who's been working and doing research around messaging platforms for 12, 15 years across the world. There's incredible resourcefulness, incredible intelligence in how these things are used, even if it doesn't always meet a certain bar of digital literacy in terms of understanding what encryption is. So that's the first thing I wanted to say, because we spoke to broad mass market users in places like Nigeria and Colombia. We also spoke to very specific individuals with specific risk profiles, whether they're mental health counselors, whether they're activists, whether they're trans folks. So it was a broad mix with a lot of very diverse voices and people with specific risks who were well represented, overrepresented in those groups. And the one thing I wanted to say is these are people really trusting. So statements about encryption, things that are built into platforms are not things that they naturally always trust, number one. And number two, what they do share is different levels of dependence, where platforms, particularly WhatsApp, are critical to their livelihoods. So their risk profile is driven partly by kind of the particular trust and security issues they might run into and the particular areas of concern they have, but it's also relative to often higher levels of dependence. And that makes migrating off these platforms, particularly dominant ones like WhatsApp, very challenging. So the first thing I want to say is that encryption does not equate a sense of trust or safety at all. That is not, I don't think that's a messaging problem. I think that's a fundamental truth. And part of that is also the changing nature of messaging platforms, particularly private ones, which is they're acting a little more like social media. The group environments are changing rapidly and destabilizing a mental model that was driven by text messaging. And so in that sense, people are feeling unease generally. And while where that unease is coming from has a strong cultural component, there are definitely some common challenges. So just highlighting a few of those, and then I will pop a link into the materials that we developed in terms of some of the principles and even design ideas that could address them. The first is that there is this high level of dependence. People feel, and it means that people, even as they face risk, are likely to come back to platforms like WhatsApp. It means that even if there's stronger encryption behind the scenes, they're going to still feel a need to do something directly themselves to increase their safety. So we spoke to somebody who goes into airplane mode when they're reviewing messages so that their read unread status is not clear. So people are still going to need to do those things. And that gets back to a second challenge, which is there's a lot of missing feedback and recourse in terms of what's happening, ways I can understand the changing safety environment for me within a group as the group composition changes, understand the practices and principles behind the moderator and what they will and won't do within that group. So there's a lot of feedback missing. And my great fear is, number one, that encryption does make it more challenging at times to surface information for good reason, but it does. And second is that the platform providers are sitting behind that wall and saying, because of encryption, there's very little they can do to provide or should do to provide feedback to people and to give them clear recourse in situations that are now effectively behind a closed wall. So these dynamics are very hard for people to navigate as individuals. And it's creating a lot of day-to-day stress and pressure. And ultimately, in addition to safety and trust concerns, there are massive mental health concerns that came through our research, both from parents, individuals, young people, activists, et cetera. And most of the steps they took, they were only able to take temporarily. And eventually, because of the dominance of the platforms and the multiple ways they're using them, started to default back to behavior that from a trust and security perspective, they, in some cases, knew was probably not in their best interest.
Very interesting. Thanks, Robert. Sorry, did you want to add there? No. Okay, great. Well, thank you for that. I think that's given us a really good basis to move forward with the second part of our discussion, which is where do we go from here? And as Robin Wilton in the chat has pointed to, there is a common thread. There were a few in the interventions just there. But one of those is that there is a resourcefulness and an agency of users that is often forgotten, perhaps by those who are seeking to or who are regulating the use of these platforms, but also those who design them. And what that means in terms of the actual uses that what you see when you do dig in deeper, as you've done with the research, is that there are ways that users will work around the issues that they are confronted with, but that doesn't mean that they feel more at ease or they feel like their use of these apps are actually providing them with secure platforms for communication. And so I think what you pointed to there was the need for more transparency and perhaps some new and different design choices to empower users and to not see them as needing as objects that need protection so much, but as these resourceful agents who can be empowered. So I want to ask if you have any particular recommendations for empowering users and for ensuring better design. I know, Caroline, you spoke to the finding that users of messaging apps weren't sure or clear on exactly how much security they had. They weren't sure where to find that information. The apps, is that something that we can perhaps think of a recommendation to change that? Or are there any other specific recommendations you would have for both designers and others of these services to consider building on the research? I'll look to see if anybody in particular wants to take that. Is there any of the, yes, Caroline, go over to you.
Great, yeah, so actually at the end of our paper, we have an entire section on recommendations for like users, developers, and designers as well. One of the biggest things for us is, so we didn't really focus on trust, for example, in our report. Instead, what we ended up focusing a lot on safety and what safety felt like and was defined by these user groups. So a big thing for us was actually teaching threat modeling and sort of instilling threat modeling and understanding that there are a variety of different apps you can use. Some of the design recommendations we have, let's say with things like WhatsApp, is that it would be great to have much more granular disappearing messages. Could things like disappearing messages, perhaps be turned on by default? Granted, that would not work for a lot of users, but you could easily turn it off. By having, that was one of the biggest things we were sort of trying to get people to sort of normalize and think about, is perhaps our data actually should be somewhat more ephemeral if that is like a part of your threat model, if you are worried about things leaking. Another thing that we had also thought about was, different features we kind of take for, let's say, for granted, is, like we could think of these as link previews, things like stickers, other such things. Can we make some of those more easy to disable, for example? In our report, we have specific reasons in terms of why we recommend that. I recommend all of you look at that, for example. But moving away from this norm that is within, I would argue, big tech, that a lot of things are just standard and that's the way that they are and they can't necessarily be changed. Users need agency to be able to tailor different settings that they have that fit their exact needs. And we have to sort of move away from an assumption that we know what those needs are. One of our recommendations is that like all designers and developers, sort of regardless of where they are located, should be utilizing methodologies like Design from the Margins by Afsana Rigat from Article 19, and really designing for the most vulnerable first and thinking about that in particular as sort of the baseline. We liken this to curb cuts and disability and accessibility by design. When you design for the most marginalized, you're creating a safer product for everyone. We think about this also in terms of use case, let's say with things like online harassment. Anyone can face online harassment anywhere. And a lot of these pro-security, pro-privacy settings that would benefit, like the user groups we're working with, also benefit those facing things like online harassment. Another thing is just really considering how, especially for those that are working in encrypted messaging apps, how can we make a lot of them actually much more user-friendly? do we need different things where maybe there's slightly more explanations? One of the things we were a big fan of was, we talked about this a lot, didn't end up in our report, but it's something internally our team talked quite a bit about, was how, for example, the Tor browser has like 3 different settings you can pick from if you're really new to encryption or privacy. And it's really based on like what you're worried about, right? And it's almost like a slider. Is that a kind of setting or feature we will need in the future? I think that's like a way to start thinking forward, for example, within that. So what are ways in which there can be some of that little like lifting that can be done by the app itself? Another thing is maybe having normalized naming, like naming schemas and descriptions across apps, for example. One of the things we noticed again in Facebook Messenger and Telegram is that they called their encrypted messaging secure or private. Well, what does that mean to a user, right? What does like secret mean in that context? Does secure always mean encrypted? Another thing is thinking about, do we need, again, naming schemas or standards for different kinds of encryption that people are using, right? Should there be different names when you're using indent encrypted versus another kind? And part of that's really important if we're interested in building, let's say, a much more general literacy around what these names mean. So if it's differing product to product, how are users supposed to situate themselves within that, right? How are they supposed to understand how these things work without having to do a lot of research on their part? I think it's important that we keep that in mind, that users should not have to be security experts to use these everyday things in their lives. And this is something I think that we really do have to, again, sort of create, I don't know if standards is necessarily the right words, but normalization around when it comes to civil society research around encryption, and also how tech companies are engaging with this.
Perfect. Thanks, Caroline. And I think you pointed to the need for more clarity and specificity in terms of the use of terms or schemas like secure, encrypted, and the value in providing users with more choice, meaningful choice over their journey and their use of apps, and building that general literacy. And so we have a question in the chat actually for Robert, which Robert, if you're happy to take, I will hand over to you. The question is, if we start with an assumption that barring encryption is off limits, can redesign in other tech areas improve people's ability to manage their online safety? And that point also applies to Caroline's about user agency design and designing perhaps from the margins. Robert, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, building on some of the points Caroline made, as well as I think both of our commitment to approach this as designers. It's a great question. And we do believe, and in our work, surfaced and prototyped and tested some approaches that could sit outside that envelope, but still help people very much, not just sort of secure their safety, but assess risk. That's what people want. They want to understand the risk of what they're going into. I don't think that we felt that people expected these platforms to be riskless, and they don't expect that encryption is going to make them safe. So one of the principles that came through was trying, we don't have that much faith. I don't have that much faith as a designer in settings. I think settings are great, but I don't think that's where people feel risk and where people want to address risk. So part of it is finding moments when people are engaging to create those moments of awareness and provide them with feedback. And so a couple that we looked at, one was when you get a group invite. It's a very important moment where people are trying to understand what it means to join that group, what it might mean to leave that group, because that's a point of high vulnerability. And what is the state of the group now and how that state might change. And so that's one point where people felt that they didn't have enough feedback before they chose to join a group. So that was a good example of a place where I think that there is a lot of design opportunity. Another is when people choose to make a change, like upload a new profile picture. It's a great opportunity for people, not because they're coming in with a high degree of risk in mind, because those moments are very hard for people cognitively to start to adopt new behaviors, but at that moment, who and how do they want that photo to be used? So there are things like that in everyday interactions that I think are critical. The second is, I think, and this is where the burden falls on the platform providers, is a lot more clarity on what recourse does and doesn't look like, and how you can address the risks and concerns you have in a way that doesn't make you more vulnerable. And I think that's the big problem, is that people feel like the mechanisms available to them today make them more vulnerable, not less, in the situation. Sure, if you flag somebody and that person's thrown off the app, you're making the world a lot better for a lot of people. But in that moment, you feel high risk. And it is very hard to sort of assure people that if you flag that issue or that person or that message, that somehow that won't get found out. So I do think those are some of the areas where we saw some significant design opportunities, and frankly, where I think the platform providers are kind of being a bit lazy in how they think about their role and responsibility. So I hope that answers the question, but those are some more concrete examples as well.
Thanks, Robert. And I think some of these points are speaking to the need for that iterative dialogue between platforms with the designers and users to ensure that that these platforms and apps are actually user-centric. And one area where we hear a lot about how that is done is of course user reporting. So I wanted to come to Diana about that, because it's often seen as one of the areas where perhaps there could be more solutions from providers of these services to support children in their safe and secure use of these apps. How did your research find anything that you'd like to bring to light on user reporting by children?
Yes, thank you very much, Sheetal. So one of the principles of a children's rights approach to encryption is that children must have access to justice for all violations of their rights in the digital environment. And as part of this right of access to justice, we put that confidential, safe, and child-friendly user reporting, because Caroline was referring to user-friendly, in this case, child-friendly user reporting tools should be made available to ensure that children are able to report material, to report behavior on the services that they use. And this would go some way in counteracting the narrative that Robin, thank you very much, was putting in the chat about children as objects of protection. So it would be a way to empower children. But what we found in our research is that, yes, user reporting can be implemented without posing risks to privacy and security in encrypted environments. And in some ways, in such a polarized debate as that of encryption and children, user reporting is one of the areas where consensus can be reached. At the same time, user reports really need adequate and timely responses from platforms. So what we found in our conversations with participants, including survivors of child sexual abuse, was that they did not trust the platform to act quickly on the report. So this is definitely something that needs to be remedied, both in the way that platforms deal with it as a substance and also in the messaging, because what we found from industry, from our conversations with industry, was that they felt that they were doing quite a lot. So there is this kind of lack of consistency between the messaging and how child users, and especially survivors of child sexual abuse, perceive the usefulness of user reporting.
That's really interesting, Diana. And I think you spoke to a point that has come up in our discussion so far a few times, which is around trust, and this reality that there isn't really actually much trust, and there are creative and different ways that users find, particularly vulnerable users, to deal with that, but that we need to be aware of that, and even if there isn't ever going to be that 100% trust, that there is an obligation really to ensure that messaging is secure, and that the misconceptions that vulnerable users might have as well are addressed in design and in the services are provided. So I think there's been a lot there that we have been able, hopefully, to digest, and I'll do a couple of takeaways from this. But I wanted to come to our panelists before we wrap up, just in case there's anything in particular you want to highlight, perhaps one recommendation that you would like to see taken forward in particular from the research that you've done. Shall we start? Can we could start with any of you, but Caroline, we start with you, and then Robert, and then Diana. Thank you.
Sorry, just pulling up my notes. I think, oh my gosh, like where to start? I mean, I think it's important for policymakers in particular to stand like on the side of encryption and stop trying to pass different bills that would like weaken encryption, sort of regardless of what they think that those bills would be achieving. I do think a lot of this, again, really comes back to when I think about the specific groups we were working with. You know, our recommendations are, again, very explicitly tailored to those groups. They are not like general recommendations. They are recommendations for developers who are working on messaging apps, thinking about what these two groups are facing, which is jail time, which is criminalization, right? Which is threats from two different, very, very different state governments. And so within that, it's incredibly important that those developers be adopting privacy by design approaches and investing more and more time deliberately working with users from these vulnerable, marginalized communities that, you know, as I mentioned earlier, that these apps be much more user-friendly, that applications need to have encryption, that they should be turned on by default. One of the things that we were worried about is the danger of feature creep. So in certain apps, let's say like Facebook Messenger and Telegram, that there are so many features, like so many different kinds of features that seem pro-privacy, but they're all turned on the most public way possible, then eroding one's privacy. And so one of the things that's really important is developers need to sort of strike this balance between, is this a messaging app or like a mid-sized social network, right? And I think actually recognizing that those are two different kinds of things. And I know that this sounds counterintuitive to making features for users, but there is a balance between too much, right, and too little. I think those are some of the main, I think really some of the main things. And then thinking about really the logic and placement of where those buttons or tools are. One of the things we noticed that WhatsApp had introduced while we were doing our report was in large groups or just in groups in general, that you can turn on disappearing messages, which is great, but then that people can keep messages, and that the keep feature was very, very broken. We tested this with 3 different devices in 3 different countries. It was not consistent in notifying in our testing that a message had been kept, right? That's a security issue. That's a security flaw. You can see potentially why there would be a use in that, but it's something where the actual sort of safety elements and mechanisms were not properly functioning. So one could argue or ask, like, well, then why have that? And I will say that, you know, you can take screenshots and that doesn't necessarily stop that, but it is something, again, to think about when little things are introduced. Are users aware of how those small things actually can subvert their safety?
Absolutely, lots there. Thank you for that, Caroline. Robert, any last words?
Yeah, just to recognize this is not a technical problem. It's not being solved simply through a technical solution like encryption. And so coming back to Caroline's point, it's a design problem, and bringing people, designers, users together in a more open way, being a little less reliant on the data flowing through your platform to tell you what you're missing, and to invest in that dialogue, and for policymakers to make that a requirement, that dialogue happen in a more transparent way between platforms and the users and other stakeholders who are so dependent on them now, whether that's businesses or others. So I think there's a lot of room for policymakers to nudge that forward. And I think we have to move beyond a dialogue where we're just digging in on the technical kind of element of encryption as like the most important thing to stand behind, and instead thinking about trust a little more broadly, and how does encryption help us set the stage for a more productive dialogue.
Absolutely, how encryption is part of that bigger picture. Thank you, Diana.
Thank you very much. I think I have one point, and it links to what Robert was saying. So in this bringing people together and creating a dialogue, I would really stress the need to include children's voices, both on the policy side and in design. So, for example, we've seen that the debate on encryption and children is very polarized. But again, one thing that people from different backgrounds can probably agree on is that there is a serious lack of data regarding children's voices in the case of design, in the case of policy proposals, and that often stakeholders speak for young people rather than hearing them in the development of policy or design on encryption. So children's views should be given due weight, and that could happen, for example, by child-led design, by youth co-design, and by listening to them in policy proposals.
Wonderful. Thanks, Diana. And we are at the end now. So I wanted to perhaps just end on that call to action, really, which is around ensuring that the design of encrypted, secure private messaging apps is user-centric, and that there is that dialogue. There's a role for policymakers there. There's a role for designers. There's a role for us all. And there's a lot of nuance, a lot of recommendations that has come through the research that you've done. And I think we will hopefully be building on that in the future. Thank you for bringing some of that nuance and complexity to the debate today. I hope that everyone has taken something from it. I wanted to thank you, all the panelists, for being here, for sharing the research, and also to all the participants who have engaged, in fact, with the entire summit today. This is the last panel of the day, and I hope you found it as engaging and as informative as I have. Please do visit the Global Encryption Coalition website to discover more activities related to Global Encryption Day. And let's continue to work for and to strengthen strong encryption for everyone. Thank you again, and I hope to see you all soon.
Thanks so much. Take care.